At this time, I will call upon each counselor by name, by the name they have indicated that they would like to be addressed. This will indicate that we can hear them and they can hear us. Counselor Breivik.
Present.
Counselor Cano Martin.
Present.
Andy Churchill.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Sorry, my internet's a little laggy, but present.
Okay, thank you. Is Lynn Griesemer here yet? Lynn is absent. Mandy Johannicke is present. Counselor Lord.
Present.
Sam McLeod.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
I'm here.
Counselor Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
I'm here.
Jennifer Taub.
Here.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
If counselors have technical issues, please let the council clerk know or call a point of personal privilege. There will be one general public comment period during the general public comment period. When we get there, I will ask for you to raise your hand in the Zoom application when we reach the time for that public comment period. Prior to that comment period, we are holding two public hearings where public comment is limited to the subject matter of the public hearing. We are going to move on in our agenda. It is a very busy agenda tonight. I want to make one correction in the announcements matter. The Finance Committee is meeting tomorrow, February 24th at 1 p.m. It was misprinted on the agenda. So it did not meet February 17th. It is meeting February 24th. With that, we are going to move directly into our 6:30 hearing. The hearing at 6:30 is for a Eversource pole relocation at 65 West Street. Athena, do we have our Eversource rep available?
I'm not sure who's attending, who's representing Eversource. If there's a person in the audience representing Eversource, please raise your hand. There doesn't appear to be, but Superintendent Mooring is here.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to open this hearing, and the hearing is being opened at 6:34 p.m. The order of the hearing is for a presentation for what we are being asked to do, and then there will be counselor questions, public questions and comments related to the pole relocation at 65 West Street. And when we get there, I'll make that clear again, and then any other counselor questions. I can imagine the Eversource people might be quite busy today. Guilford, would you like to briefly let us know what the request from Eversource is for this pole relocation at 65 West Street?
Yes. I think I'm going to, I have a new laptop, sorry. There I am. This pole request on West Street is basically a maintenance issue, but because the pole has to be moved more than 18 inches, it falls outside the pole petition that allows you to have the pole. So they need to move it about 40 feet to put the new pole in, take the old pole out, and hang some additional gear on it. Actually, this one's moving about 16 feet. That's all they need to do, and that's all it is. It's sort of a maintenance issue to upgrade a pole.
Thank you. Are there any counselor questions related to the 65 West Street pole relocation request? So I'm going to ask my one. It was unclear on the map. It looks like this pole is right next to a sidewalk that cuts through. Will the relocation affect the sidewalk in any manner?
No, it won't. And actually, there's a request the Public Works Department has to move that sidewalk. So when that request comes to you, it'll move the sidewalk completely away from the poles.
Thank you. Any other counselor questions? We are going to move to any public comments or questions related to the 65 West Street pole relocation request. If there are any public comments related to that pole relocation request, please raise your hand now. See none. Any further counselor questions? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Thank you, Pam. We will go to a vote on that motion. Counselor Brevick,
Yes.
Counselor Cano Martin,
Yes.
Andy Churchill,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gauthier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer is absent. Mandy Jo Haneke is an aye. Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Sam McLeod,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
and Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Excellent. That hearing is closed. We will move on to our next poll hearing, which was noticed for 6:35. So we're doing great. I'm going to open the hearing for the Eversource pole relocation at 6:37 for a pole relocation at 48 Canton Avenue. Guilford, would you like to describe this one for us?
So this is actually a pole relocation to actually stop a trespass. And what a trespass is when a wire passes over private property and they don't have an easement for it. So by moving this pole across the street, they relieve themselves of the trespass and they're not on private property without permission. And that's what this is. It doesn't affect any trees or any of our utilities, and it'll just, it's a simple move.
Thank you. Are there any counselor questions? Seeing none, we will move to public questions and comments. Again, this is a public questions and comments related to the pole relocation request by Eversource at 48 Canton Avenue. If you would like to make a comment or have a question related to that pole relocation at 48 Canton Avenue, please raise your hand now. Alexa, please unmute yourself, state your name, and make your comment, where you live, and make your comment or question. Alexa's hand has been unraised and Alexa did not.
She's back.
Please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment or question. The hand is unraised and there was no attempt to unmute themselves, so we will move on. Any further counselor questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Thank you, Pam. We will move to a vote. Counselor Cano Martin,
Yes.
Andy Churchill,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gauthier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer is absent. Mandy Jo Haneke is an aye. Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Sam McLeod,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
and Counselor Brevick.
Yes.
That is unanimous. The public hearing on 48 Canton Avenue is closed. Okay, at this time, we are going to move to general public comment. Anyone wishing to make general public comment who is attending remotely, please raise your hand in the Zoom application. And please do so now. Residents are welcome to make public comments on matters within the jurisdiction of the town council. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. Public comments are not reflective of the opinions of the town council. The First Amendment broadly protects individuals' rights to address the government, to speak and to express themselves, including their right to say hateful and offensive things. I am generally unable to shut those commenters down under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution unless their level of speech falls within an exception articulated by the courts, such as fighting words, true threats to a particular individual, harassment of a particular individual, or incitement of imminent lawless activity. If a question exists as to whether a particular speaker is engaging in unprotected speech, I must defer to the principle of the freedom of speech. There are 10 hands raised. Well, they're going up still, so I'm going to wait a little bit. We're up to 11 hands raised on Zoom of people who wish to make public comment, and that is still rising. So each commenter will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I was asked to announce a number of attendees. As I announced at the beginning of the meeting, this meeting is being broadcast by Amherst Media, both on TV, Channel 9, and live stream. We do not know how many people are watching on either of those platforms, but on the Zoom application, there are 56 people in the attendance section of the webinar. There are currently 13 hands raised. We will start with Rachel Hall. Please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment. You will have 2 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. I'm on a minivan in Arizona visiting family, but I didn't want to miss this opportunity to call in from my vacation to beg and plead the town councilor to please use free cash to repair the rest of the Amherst Regional Middle School roof. I have been to many concerts in there and seen over the years organizations stop renting our facilities because it is no longer fit to perform in. There's black mold in there. And now will be the cheapest time for our community to chip in for this, since we have a grant to fund the rest of this. If we wait several more years to get funding to repair the roof, we're going to have to start from scratch. So I know I've heard the town council talk about how important it is to maintain safe and thriving facilities for our whole town and our whole community. And I hope that the children of this community will be considered when we think about repairing and maintaining those thriving buildings. Thanks, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Rachel, for your comment and for calling in from travels. Matea Kramer, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Matea Kramer. I live in District 1. I want to thank Councilors Breivik, Cano Martin, Walker, Devlin Gauthier, and Taub for co-sponsoring the resolution calling for federal immigration agents to be held accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law. I'd urge all town councilors to vote in favor of this important and very timely resolution. And thank you all for the time and the work that you put in to our town council. Thank you.
Thank you, Matea, for your comment. Jenny Arch, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Okay. Hi, my name's Jenny Arch. I live at 61 Dennis Drive, and my daughter Lyra Donaldson is going to read a little statement.
Hello.
A little louder, honey.
My name is Lyra. I am in 4th grade at Crocker Farm. I play viola in the orchestra, and we just had our first concert in the middle school auditorium. I am glad it was not raining or snowing that night, because it would have gone through the roof like it did when I was in the Lion King with Starlight's View Theater. Please fix the ceiling. Thank you.
So I hope that you could hear that. We are also in favor of using free cash to fix the portion of the middle school roof over the auditorium along with the rest of the roof. And also in support of the resolution calling for federal immigration agents to be held accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law. I'm a children's librarian at a public library, and seeing the effects there and at the public schools, the threat of ICE presence has had and continues to have a real and terrible impact on children and families. Everyone deserves dignity and due process, and no one is above the law. Thank you to the town council for all the work that you do. And we're very hopeful about the resolution and the roof.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Lyra, for your comment. And I love that you play the viola. It's my instrument too. Layla Mushabek, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Hello, Layla Mushabek, District 1. One of the early ICE incidents in the resolution before you was the kidnapping of Ramesa Ozturk, a Tufts PhD student and visa holder who was violently detained, called a terrorist, and moved to a for-profit detention center in defiance of court orders, all because she wrote an op-ed in her college newspaper urging Tufts to recognize the U.S.-Israeli genocide of Gaza. She was targeted under the direction of a leader who is willing to violate civil rights in order to suppress dissent. If her story sounds familiar, perhaps it's because just 1 year earlier, our own police force was deployed at the whim of UMass leadership to violently arrest 132 students exercising their right to peacefully protest UMass's ties to genocide profiteers. The district attorney found no legal grounds for these arrests and dropped all charges. History has shown that most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. Dehumanization is used to usher in fascist oppression. The whole point is to push the boundaries of what we as a society will allow. And we told them we didn't care. We'd even lend them our cops. This is the point. None of us are safe while we prioritize the rights and value of some humans over others, whether Black, brown, undocumented, incarcerated, trans, Palestinian, disabled, or voicing dissent. What they will do to a child in Gaza, they will do to a 5-year-old seeking asylum in Minnesota. What they will do to a Black American father, they will do to a queer American mother in an SUV. What they did to Hind Rajab and Liam Conejo Ramos and Keith Porter Jr. and Renee Good and Alex Preddy is what they will do to all of us. I hope you will support this important resolution, but it's also just the beginning. Those who would give our over-resourced police department all new vehicles but won't fix the roof of our middle school have already failed us. It's past time to acknowledge the harm and begin to remedy it using all of the power this community has vested in you.
Thank you, Layla, for your comment. Rebecca Watkins, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Hi, I'm Becca Watkins. I'm a resident of Echo Hill. I don't know how you could hear that kiddo from Cocker Farm and say no to that, but I'm here to ask for an allocation of the portion of the funding of free cash to repair the auditorium roof at Arms. It makes more financial and logistical sense to complete the entire roof at one time. Please apply the same consideration you have used when applying funds to fix the town hall roof. Our students and teachers deserve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Becca, for your comments. Josna Rege, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Good evening, Josna Rege, District 1. I'm speaking for the resolution before you this evening. Heartfelt thanks to its councillor sponsors and to the community that has rallied to support it. In the current environment in which people are being dragged and disappeared from the streets, their cars, homes and workplaces, schools and colleges, courthouses and jails by a rogue agency, it is not enough for state law enforcement to simply keep their distance from federal enforcement operations, and certainly not acceptable to be cooperating with them. Our state needs to work more actively to keep its residents safe and to uphold the constitutional rights that protect our democracy. Why is it important for Amherst to pass this resolution at this time? It is not merely symbolic. It calls for actions that can make a real difference in the lives of our residents, many of whom are in crisis, afraid to speak up for fear that they will become the next target. Amherst can set an example. As the first town in the Commonwealth to pass such a resolution, we can inspire other towns and cities to follow suit, leaving our elected officials in no doubt about public opinion on this issue. The claims that federal immigration enforcement agents have total immunity from prosecution, however unlawful their actions, are wrong. Along with grassroots resistance, legal pushback has been successful in protecting free speech and halting arbitrary abductions, detentions, and deportations. State and local prosecutors enforcing state criminal laws where federal agents have committed crimes can have a significant deterrent effect. Our cultural and demographic diversity is under threat. 16% of Amherst residents are immigrants, and UMass and the colleges contribute to this diversity. But the current administration's nativist and white supremacist agenda is an existential challenge, both to the freedom of speech that is one of our town's most sacred defining characteristics, and to the ability, and finishing last sentence, of international students, scholars, and artists to continue and live and work in this town. Passing this resolution will be a small but significant step in our struggle to protect everything we hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Josna, and thank you for finishing up when you heard the beep. John Boniface, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Boniface. I'm an Amherst resident living in District 1. I'm a constitutional attorney, and I serve as the president of Free Speech for People, a national nonprofit organization dedicated to defending our democracy and our Constitution across the country. We're proud to serve as a community sponsor of the resolution pending before you to hold ICE agents and federal immigration agents accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law. I want to thank Councilor Breivik for championing this resolution, as well as all the other members of the council who are serving as co-sponsors, and the more than 300 people in our community who have signed on as community sponsors. J.D. Vance has said that federal agents have absolute immunity when they conduct their actions across the country. This is a complete fabrication of the law. There is no such thing as absolute immunity. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution makes clear that federal agents are provided immunity when they conduct their lawful actions across the country. But they do not have immunity to commit murder, to kidnap, to engage in assault and battery, to engage in illegal detentions. Quite simply, they do not have immunity to commit crimes. This resolution calls on state and local prosecutors to enforce state criminal laws against federal agents when they engage in unlawful actions. It also calls on the governor of Massachusetts to cease all existing cooperation agreements with ICE. ICE is now operating as a secret police force for Donald Trump, terrorizing communities all across the country, including here in Massachusetts. I urge the town council to pass this resolution and to help support a broad movement that will only grow, demanding that our state and local law enforcement agents help to support and defend our public through the enforcement of state criminal laws against federal agents when they violate the law. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your comments tonight. Ellen J.G., please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Ellen Jedrigadera, and I'm in District 5, South Amherst. I want to ask you all tonight to please use free cash to fix the remainder of the arms roof, our auditorium. My first visit to the auditorium was in 2017 when my child was 4. We were attending a play with my young niece and nephew at the time. And I remember distinctly walking through the door and this wave of mold, just the smell came over us. My daughter now is 12. This was 8 years ago. And I got to watch her a couple weeks ago playing her violin in her 3rd concert in the auditorium, or 6th concert, I guess, in the auditorium, playing her violin. And that mold smell is still there. It's only stronger. It's been 8 years, probably more. We can't wait any longer. We need to fix the auditorium roof. So I want to ask for you to do that, and also to say thank you to the counselors that have sponsored the resolution for ICE to be held accountable. In Massachusetts, according to criminal law, and I support that resolution, and I appreciate what you all do. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ellen. Julian Ramirez, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Good evening. My name is Julian Ramirez. I live in District 1. I'm here to share my support for the ICE resolution. I came to the US as a child and lived here undocumented for many years. My parents worked long hours. They held low wage jobs. They paid their taxes. They followed the law. They helped others in our community who were walking the same difficult path. And still, my mother was detained in an INS raid at the factory where she worked. My family was not deported, we were not jailed, and I was not put in a cage. But we all know the reality today is very different. Across this country, we're witnessing disturbing, aggressive actions by ICE that tear families apart and erode civil liberties. When constitutional protections are ignored anywhere, they are weakened everywhere. None of us should feel comfortable with that. This resolution calls on our local officials to uphold the law and to prosecute those who violate our civil rights. That's not radical, that's our responsibility. So my question to you all is simple and direct. What will you do if the Amherst Police Department fails to uphold that responsibility? In May of 2024, students and community members peacefully protested the genocide in Gaza and the University of Massachusetts ties to weapons manufacturers. I witnessed police forces from across the region, including our own police department, arrest peaceful protesters with force. I saw how quickly constitutional rights were sidelined in our own backyard. Given that reality, why should this community simply trust that the same department in its current form will honor this resolution? If they don't, will you hold them accountable? Passing this resolution is a start, but it can't just be symbolic. It can't just be a moment for applause and self-congratulation. Stand by this resolution, not just in principle, but in practice. If civil rights are violated by anyone, including our police force, prove to this community that you will help enforce the law equally and without hesitation.
Thank you so much, Julian, for your comment. Meg Graham McLean, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Hi, I'm Meg Graham McLean. I'm in District 2. I'm really here for just a quick comment to add my voice in the support of the resolution to hold immigration agents accountable, as well as support the use of free cash to fix the middle school roof. I think both of these things are incredibly important. Like many of the people who spoke, I was just at the middle school auditorium for an elementary school band and orchestra concert. And how wonderful would it be to be able to be in that space and not smell the mold and not worry about leaks continuing on. So I very much support the use of the free cash to fix that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Meg, for your comments. Mari Schwartzer, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Oh, hi, thank you. My name is Mari Schwartzer, and I live in District 2. I'm speaking tonight about the Arms Auditorium roof as well. I urge the council to treat this as a health and safety issue, not just a budget decision, and to use a portion of the town's free cash to fund a real repair right now. I'm the parent of 2 children, one currently at the middle school and another who will be there next year. So this issue is very real for my family. For years, students and staff have been in a building with ongoing leaks, persistent moisture, and visible water damage. Those are exactly the conditions that allow mold to grow and air quality to decline. But this isn't abstract to me. As a person with a mold allergy, I have personally experienced health issues that were worsened by the moldiness in that building. And no teacher, child, staff, parent, or faculty member should have to risk their health simply by showing up to school or going to an event. And we already know that temporary repairs do not work. The roof has been patched multiple times and it continues to leak. Choosing another stopgap measure means knowingly allowing unhealthy conditions to continue. The town has the means to act. Using a portion of free cash for this repair is a responsible investment in health, safety, and basic building integrity. Delaying yet again only increases the long-term costs and prolongs unacceptable conditions for the people inside that building on a regular basis. I urge you to please use a portion of the free cash to fix the property now, to fix the roof now. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight and for all the work you do.
Thank you, Mari, for your comments. Rich McLean, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you live, and make your comment.
Hi, my name is Rich McLean. I'm in District 2. I'm calling in today to request that the town council ask the town manager to use free cash to fix the middle school auditorium roof. I think that we have kicked this can down the road long enough, and that if we delay further, we are just as likely to pay more money in the future, even if the other towns were to fully contribute. If we learned anything from the delays to the school construction and the library construction, it's that delay means costs explode. Please use free cash to fix the roof now so that we can save more money in the long term and that we can save our children and our school staff from further health effects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rich, for your comments. Jupong Lin, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I've been a resident of the Echo Hill area of Amherst, District 2, for almost 10 years. My elderly parents now also live in Amherst in this same house. I was so glad to see the resolution supporting federal immigration agents to be held accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law. We, myself and my parents, are immigrants from Taiwan, and we are naturalized citizens. I never thought I'd see the day when my citizenship status would be endangered. I'm appalled by the current administration's utter disregard for the laws protecting the rights of immigrants and the rights of all citizens to protest against governmental agents defying the law and democratic process. Others have spoken eloquently about the reasons it's important for Amherst to take this step to approve a resolution that stands up for our rights, to call upon our governmental leaders to uphold the law and hold violators accountable. I just want to add my voice to the chorus of support for all residents of Amherst to be held in caring support of our equality as human beings. And thank you to the Town Council for all the work you do.
Thank you, Jupong, for your comment. Meg Gage, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Thanks, Mandy Jo. I'm Meg Gage, District 1. I'll be very brief. I am in strong support of the initiative to vote on the ICE initiative to limit the role of federal immigration officials. I think we're facing an unparalleled national catastrophe that we have not experienced, at least I haven't in my life, having thought I was experiencing national catastrophes before. And we all have to do everything we can possibly do. I know there are people on the council who think the council shouldn't do anything that isn't related to Amherst, but this is really related to Amherst. This is people who could come into our community and do things that, grab people, tear into people's homes, and grab children and so on. And I'm just strongly in support of the initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meg, for your comment.
Do I unmute?
Yes. Isa and Aya from Massachusetts, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comment.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rabia Ahmed, the mother of Isa and Aya, whose Zoom I'm on. I am a resident of District 2, and I'm here tonight to urge you to support the resolution calling for federal immigration agents to be held accountable, and also for you to please consider using free cash to repair the middle school roof. First, on the resolution, this is really about keeping our community safe from crime, safe from abuse of power, safe from unlawful actions by federal forces. As a Muslim, the scars of what happened to our community after 9/11 still feel very real, and the trauma has come back. There were raids, surveillance, local cooperation with federal actions that created chaos in our communities of people that had done nothing wrong. Families were afraid. People questioned whether they truly belonged. The fear of being targeted, of not belonging, of feeling unsafe in your home, in your community, leaves deep scars. No one in Amherst should feel that way. This resolution calls on us to protect the residents of our town from the unlawful actions of federal forces. It affirms the fundamental principle that federal officials and agents are subject to the state criminal jurisdiction. No one in Massachusetts is above the law. This is how we keep our families and our community safe, and I urge you to adopt the resolution. Secondly, I want to speak as a parent. My daughter will be joining the 6th grade academy at the middle school next year. She is leaving her beloved Fort River, which all students are leaving for the new school, and is taking a big step into something new. This should be an exciting transition, but we keep hearing and have been hearing year after year since she was in middle school about how terrible the conditions of that building are. That is not the story our children and our kids should be walking into. They should feel and deserve to feel proud of their school. They deserve safe, dry classrooms. They deserve buildings that reflect much of what the community values in them. A failing roof is not a maintenance issue. It's a signal. And right now, the signal our kids need is that we've let this slide for way too long. Using free cash to fix the practical, responsible, I'm almost done, investment, it prevents bigger costs later. Let's show them that we know when something is wrong, we know how to fix this. Let's show them the values that we live by living by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabia, for your comments. Isabel Espinal, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live, and make your comments.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this. I am Isabel Espinal from District 2. And apologies, I don't have such well-prepared comments. I just came out of another meeting, but I want to support both of these initiatives, the immigration one, the one for immigrants, and the middle school initiative. I think they're both ways that we can really come together as a community to get away with the divisions that we know are very real and exist. These are ways that we can show the support. So I don't no longer have children in the middle school, but I have 3 children that went through it. They're not children anymore, they're adults. I've been living here since 1998. My youngest one is now 29 years old, got a great education. And I would have wanted other people, the council members and my neighbors, to watch out for my kids when they were in the middle school. And that's what I want to do now. I no longer have children, but I care for the kids, you know. And same with the immigration situation, you know. I'm a little closer to that. I am the daughter of immigrants. I do have birthright citizenship, but really, who doesn't, right? We all are here because we were born here, unless you become naturalized if you're a citizen, right? Everyone in this room, I'm sure, in this meeting has some kind of birthright citizenship or you're naturalized. So we need to support everyone, and people are so scared. So I think we might be able to go beyond this particular measure. So it might be that this is the least that Amherst can do. I'm very concerned because we're so spread out. Like, I wouldn't know if somebody got taken away, you know. We're so spread out in Amherst. It's not like where I grew up in the city where you know what's happening, you know, across the street from you. So where you have more dense population. And well, thank you for your time. I see I'm running out of time. I appreciate you all, and let's come together and just really be a supportive community.
Thank you, Isabel, for your comments. That concludes public comment. We will now thank you all for coming for the public comment period. We will all now be moving on to the consent agenda. Before I make the motion, I have a couple of statements to make. There will be an opportunity to discuss the financial orders, even if they are referred under consent. So this is not one where if you refer them, we won't discuss them under action items. There will be a presentation, even if they are referred under consent to the financial orders. So I just want to make that clear. And then I have a disclosure to make. My child is the applicant on behalf of the Amherst Feminist Generation for the Public Way Request Item 8C2. Vice President Walker made the decision to place this item on consent. Since it is on consent with no planned discussion, I will continue to preside over the consent agenda item, and will abstain from the vote. If this agenda item is moved off of consent, I will recuse myself from the discussion and vote. Although I do not have an actual conflict of interest, and I believe I could make a decision neutrally, the appearance of a conflict of interest is significant enough that if discussion occurs on this item, that recusal would be appropriate in that circumstance. So having made that statement, the following items are on consent. This is a different list than what was on the agenda because we moved some off ahead of time when people notified me. So right now, consent agenda includes Let me read the rest. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from consent for discussion later in the meeting, ask that the item be removed when I list the consent items. The request to remove an item does not require a second. So the motion at this time is to move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. Adoption of the 2026 Tibet Day Proclamation. That was item 6A. Item 8A, approval of Eversource petition for pole relocation at 65 West Street. Item 8B, approval of Eversource petition for pole relocation at 48 Canton Avenue. Item 8C1, approval of request for use of public way, Amherst Farmers Market. Item 8C2, approval of request for use of public way, Amherst Feminist Generation. Item 8D1, referral of the following financial orders to Finance Committee. FY 2612A, appropriate and transfer from the General Stabilization Fund to the Capital Stabilization Fund. FY 2612B, appropriate and transfer from free cash to the Reparations Stabilization Fund. FY 2612D, appropriate and transfer from free cash for field maintenance of the new track and field at the high school. FY 2612E, appropriate and transfer from free cash to revolving fund for opioid settlement funds for costs related to opioid use disorder. You will notice that item FY 2612C is not on that list. We will vote that one separately when we get to that item in the agenda. Items 9A 1 to 2, approval of town manager appointments to the Transportation and Parking Commission and Cable Television Advisory Committee. And items 11A and B, approval of minutes January 12, 2026 regular meeting and February 2nd, 2026 regular meeting. Athena, if I'm not mistaken, the work session minutes are not ready. Is that correct?
They're in the packet now. They were in late, but they're in now.
Okay, so I will add the February and approval of item 11C, February 9, 2026 work session special meeting minutes. Are there requests to remove any items from the consent agenda as it was just listed? Councillor Ryan.
Actually, a question, Mandy, I apologize. I noticed the waiver of Charter Section 3.3 was not listed, though it was on the original consent. Could you just explain that?
Yes, the Cable Television Advisory Committee has a non-resident requested to be appointed by the manager that we are requested to approve. I had thought we might have to have a separate motion for that. In the past, when we've done that, it has just included the designation of non-resident next to it on the regular motion. And so that is how we are doing it now. So the motion itself passing will be approving a non-resident on that committee. Any further requests to remove or any requests to remove? Seeing no items requested to be removed, I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
We will immediately go to a vote. Andy Churchill.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer is absent. Mandy Jo Haneke abstains. Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Breivik.
Yes.
And Councillor Cano Martin.
Yes.
That is 11 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Consent agenda has passed. That means we are moving on to resolutions and proclamations. Tibet Day proclamation. I have to look up who the sponsors are. Which sponsor will be reading the last now therefore clauses? Councillor Cano Martin, Devlin Gauthier, or Lord?
We had not discussed in advance. I think Lynn had been a driver on this. I didn't know she'd be absent, so I'm happy to. I don't know, Councillor Cano Martin or Lord, if either of you would like to.
Go
Okay.
ahead,
All right.
Anna.
Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that we, the Amherst Town Council in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, recognizes the local Tibetan American community's fight for justice for the people of Tibet on this 67th anniversary of the Tibetan National Uprising Day, and continues to proclaim each March 10th as Tibet Day, and further recognizes this proclamation by raising the Tibetan national flag from March 10th to March 17th, 2026, to help raise awareness for all residents of Amherst. I also just want to note, in addition to that, that there is a Walk for Tibet march from Amherst Town Hall to the Northampton City Hall and a flag raising ceremony at 9 a.m. on March 10th in front of Amherst Town Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for taking that on in Lynn's absence.
Mhm.
We are now moving on to the resolution calling for federal immigration agents to be held accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law. Councillor Brevik, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution as submitted to Athena prior to the meeting. Is this the time to do
So,
that?
yeah, you are making a motion. Shall I make, I'll read it, but you'll make it. Okay.
Okay.
It's to adopt the resolution calling for federal immigration agents to be held accountable for violations of Massachusetts criminal law as amended in a document that begins with the title Amendments 223 submitted to Athena and including the list of sponsors, community and organizational sponsors. Is that your motion?
Correct.
Excellent. Is there a second to that motion?
Lord second.
Thank you. So while Councillor Brevik, you speak to your motion, Athena, can you put the amendment document up on the screen so people, in particular, start with the "be it further resolved" big clause that has been amended so people have time to read that. And Councillor Brevik, will you speak to your motion?
Absolutely. I'll speak to it in general, and then I will speak to the amendment. So yeah, overall, I'm just really honored to introduce this resolution tonight. I was contacted by many people in the community almost immediately after being sworn in, who urged the council to do something meaningful within our power to respond to ICE's human rights abuses nationally and right here in Massachusetts. So I just wanted to take like 2 or 3 minutes just to offer a summary and a framing of the resolution's importance. And big thanks to all of our community sponsors, many of whom are tuned in tonight, who gave voice to everyone in our town who's been looking for action on this and a way to fight back against ICE's violent crimes. This was really an effort for the community by the community. In December, District 1 resident who you heard from during public comment and constitutional attorney John Bonifaz, with his organization Free Speech for People, they sent a detailed letter to the Massachusetts Attorney General and several district attorneys outlining evidence that federal immigration agents may have committed crimes under Massachusetts law. The key point is simple. Being a federal agent does not give someone immunity from state criminal law, and the Supremacy Clause is not a free pass to assault or kidnap or violate people's rights. If the U.S. Department of Justice will not investigate federal misconduct, and Massachusetts still has both the authority and the responsibility to enforce its own criminal laws, even when federal agents are involved. And as many people said in public comment too, this issue is not abstract or distant. The criminal incidents cited in this resolution are all in our state, several in communities really close to Amherst, including reports of detentions without warrants, physical abuse, denial of food and other basic needs, including of minors, racial targeting, and defiance of court orders. And so while it's also important to note that most of the people detained in these operations had no criminal records, having a criminal record also does not mean that you can be assaulted or starved or illegally detained. And I know that at least 5 families in our own school district have had loved ones detained or deported recently. And so, as again, many have said, when members of our community lose their rights, all of us are affected, and none of us can take those rights for granted. So again, just really quickly, this resolution does 3 things. First, it condemns the unconstitutional and illegal actions that ICE has taken against Massachusetts residents. Second, it calls on the Attorney General, our local district attorneys, our local district attorney, and our town manager in collaboration with town staff and state police to affirm that federal agents are subject to state law, to pursue investigations where warranted, and to communicate those efforts publicly. And third, it calls on Governor Healy to end the remaining 287G agreement between ICE and the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, the only such agreement left in New England, the only one because these agreements have led to documented civil rights abuses. Our incarcerated population is made up of human beings who deserve the same legal protections as those not incarcerated. To say this agreement is okay because it is not, quote unquote, community facing, even just to use that type of terminology makes a dangerous distinction. So all that to say, this resolution was developed really collaboratively. It utilizes a strategic and really effective approach. So it's not just empty words. And residents across political backgrounds are looking for the council to take action in this way. As elected officials, we don't have the luxury of silence when resident safety and rights are at stake. It's our job to understand that silence in the face of oppression is not protection, it's complicity. So I'm proud to have been a part of adding Amherst's voice in this incredibly important way. I hope we can pass this resolution unanimously and show our community that we can come together to defend their safety and dignity. And I aim to be part of a shift on the council toward more regular, courageous action. And also, I hope this kicks off a wave of similar resolutions across the state. Thank you. And I wanted to ask too, Mandy, if we were going to offer John an opportunity to speak as well here as a community sponsor, or if I should go address the amendment now.
Were you planning on having John address the amendment, or were you going to address it?
I don't think we determined that.
Okay, well, why don't you address it? And if there are questions that would be answered better by a community sponsor, we can recognize him at that time. Okay.
Sure. Well, I'll just say briefly, and then I'll turn it over to him because I think he was prepared to speak. And then yeah, he's available to answer questions as an expert on this. And so, you know, the two reasons we took this off the consent agenda to make these amendments, one was to just add the list of community sponsors, of which I think there are somewhere around 300, and organizations that support the resolution in the community. And then we changed the, now I don't have it up, sorry. The be it further resolved, the first be it further resolved, really just to better delineate who we were calling on for what. So as the way it was initially presented to GOL, it identified who we were calling on and then a list of things we were calling on them for. This just better assigns each action to each individual, and it also directs our local call to action to our town manager versus to the police chief, which was is just the more appropriate chain of command there. So yeah, I'll turn it over to John or any others who want to speak.
Are there any counselors that have questions or comments at this time? Counselor Ryan.
So are we going to hear from any more sponsors, or is this time for counselor comment?
This can be time for counselor comments or questions. If the questions are better addressed to a community sponsor, I will recognize a community sponsor for the questions.
I don't have a question, but I do feel like I need to make a comment. So whenever you feel that's appropriate, I will speak.
That is fine now.
In this matter, I think there are two things that guide me. One is the principle of not doing harm, and the other is the principle of maintaining solidarity. I very much appreciate the efforts of the sponsors to bring this forward, and particularly to amend, to address some of the concerns some of us had related to giving instructions to staff as opposed to the manager. But for me, the larger question still remains, to what degree does this resolution, in fact, make the most vulnerable among us safer? While I acknowledge this resolution is aimed at affirming the rule of law and the fact that we are all bound by it, even and especially the agents of the federal government, my concern remains not with the sentiment, which I heartily endorse, but with the fact that it will only serve to draw attention to our community and invite harm to those who are most vulnerable. As an action of the elected representative of the town, cannot help but draw the kind of attention that I fear may make the most vulnerable actually unsafe. Principle solidarity refers to the work of our state and federal leaders who are doing their best in a very difficult time through various actions, proposals at the state legislature and beyond, and the acts of the governor, who has explicitly stated that the state does not cooperate in 287G matters except with the exception of our prisons. And again, I would like to stand in support of their efforts. And this resolution, in fact, calls out one item, and I can't support that either. So I share many of the feelings and sentiments that are expressed here. This is a deeply distressing time. I think it troubles many, many of us, but I do not want to cause even greater harm, and I want to maintain and express solidarity with those who, at the federal and state level, are actually on the front lines and trying to do what they can to maintain the rule of law. So I do not oppose this, but I will abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lord.
Thank you. I just have to, for the record, say I can't stand it. Tears come to my eyes around these things when we're talking about real lives, real terror, real harm. And I know this resolution may seem like not, but it is. It's really important to so many of our people. I don't care if it, anyway. So I wanted to thank the community sponsors and the co-sponsors, apologize for being so slow in responding to be a fellow town council sponsor. I support this so much. I know it's a little thing we can do, but it's such a big thing we can also do to our residents, to the people that live here, to say we're going to fight to keep you safe, and we're not afraid of what may come our way by standing up and speaking out, because we know what history has taught us. And if we don't speak up, then we are complicit, as Councillor Brevik said. So I'm in complete support of this. I thank everyone who's worked so hard to get this done. And I thank the residents who are living with this terror every day, who are affected, for being here and being you. And I'm going to fight for you every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kendall Martin.
Yes, I just wanted to speak briefly in support of the resolution. I just wanted to thank John Bonifaz and all of the many community sponsors who signed on to the resolution, who are here tonight to give public comment. I think everyone did a really wonderful job collaborating and involving the community. And this has really been a way for our community to come together and say, in the face of, the terror that's been going on nationwide, we want to do something concrete about it in our community. And, I just want to remind folks too, the communities that have really, done the best at resisting ICE, Minnesota being the most recent example, is because they are well organized and because they are leveraging, levels of government that are closer to them, like local government and like state government. And, we have to remember that, in Massachusetts, we still have our state laws, and in Amherst, we still have our bylaws in our town that govern us. And so those don't become, null and void when, there are federal agents in our town who are breaking the law and causing harm, to our people. So I really want to just admire about this resolution that it is based in a really good legal framework. And I really want to, commend the John Bonifaz and his organization for the time that they spent putting together these legal arguments of what is the case law and precedent for the Attorney General to prosecute ICE agents when they break the law in our state. And I think that, they have all the ability to do it, but what do they need? They need some pressure, right? Because it's hard. It's hard to stand up, and they need to know that the public is behind them when they do it, right? That not only Amherst supports them, but hopefully many other towns will pass these resolutions, and will bring that pressure to bear on them that this is what the public wants you to do, and it will help them to do the right thing. And in conclusion, it's never wrong to quote Audre Lorde, "Your silence will not protect you." So let's all keep that in mind.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Yes, I just wanted to add briefly, and I guess in response
to Councilor Ryan that our Amherst position is known. I don't think this makes us a squeakier wheel. You know, I think we're all very proud that Amherst is a sanctuary city. And I think the town manager, I think, said during one conversation, and in that sense, our position is known. I don't think this is putting our community at any greater risk. And I think history has shown that nothing good really comes from remaining silent. And this is something that is happening right here, you know, not just in our state, in our country, or the world, but right here in our community. And I don't think this is going so far. I don't think this is a radical position, not that one, you know, it's a good thing to take a radical position at times. That's what circumstances call for, but I don't think this is even that. I think it's just articulating our values and just stating that we are asking local enforcement, our local officials to follow the law. I don't think it's really doing anything more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy.
Yeah, I initially sort of found out the details of this resolution a week ago Saturday when I met with John Bonifaz, and we had a conversation, and the resolution at the time was calling on the chief of police to do some things, and as Councilor Breivik indicated, it was sort of lumped together with the state attorney general and the Northeast Regional District Attorney and the police chief all sort of in one paragraph, and then saying there were some things that they would do. And so I asked if he had talked to the police chief, and he said no, he hadn't, but he was willing to do so. And so John and Councilor Breivik and I met with the police chief on Wednesday, and we heard some concerns. And then I was really pleased to work with John and with Councilor Breivik and Councilor Breivik was in the meeting offering potential solutions. And I think it was really impressive that they were able to untangle the language that I had some concerns about, and the town manager was able to give some feedback that, you know, our charter says that we can't tell staff who we have not appointed what to do. So telling the chief that, you know, pointing out the chief as somebody who had to do something was problematic. So I was just really pleased to work with Councilor Breivik and with John Bonifaz and to see the result of their work. And it's clear. And I think coming out of what we've seen in Minneapolis, we really need to. I really feel the need to stand up, and so I'm pleased to join as a co-sponsor, and I'll be supporting this. And it was a pleasure working with the sponsors.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution as amended that was shown on the screen. We will move to the vote. We start with Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer is absent. Mandy Jo Haneke is an abstain. Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Sam McLeod. Sam McLeod. He appears to have stepped away for now, so he is an absent. I'll come back to him. Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Abstain.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Breivik.
Yes.
Counselor Cano Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
And is Sam McLeod there? We will keep him as an absent. That is 9 in favor, 2 abstains, and 2 absents with no opposition. So it is a unanimous. That finishes our resolutions and proclamations. We are going to move on. The agenda mentioned and stated that presentation, discussion, charter review committee recommendations would come after we vote all appointments. So at the end of all of our business. That way we know how much time we have for it and we're not shortchanging the business. So that means we are moving on to action items. A, B, and C were all voted on consent. So that puts us down to item 8D. So give me a second to move down there. We voted one of these motions on consent, and we have another motion to adopt. So I'm going to make the motion to refer the following town council order to the finance committee with report and recommendation to the town council by March 9, 2026. FY 26 12C, appropriate and transfer from free cash for roads and sidewalks. Is there a second for that motion?
Second, Devlin Gauthier.
Thank you, Anna. We are now going to go to Paul for a discussion. You had a brief discussion on a road and sidewalk plan that was presented with this appropriation and transfer order. For the council, when we are done with this motion, we will move to the item 8D2, request from Amherst Pelham Regional Schools to fund the full amount for the middle school auditorium roof repair. Right now, we're going to stick to the transfer orders that were either referred or this one that's on the floor, which is the roads and sidewalks one. So Paul?
Thank you. And Athena, if you can bring in Sean Magano as well, in case there are questions for him. So in your goals for the town manager, you would ask for a multi-year plan to address the condition of our roads, which are, after these two major snowstorms, are going to get worse and worse. And so what we came up with was a multi-year plan that was in alignment with the council's goals, that took a look, addressed how we actually maintain the roads, looked at new strategies for enhancing our capacity to respond to potholes, and tried to identify all the different funding sources for our roads, from everything, because not just the town funds, but state funds and other sources that we actually can draw from. And that's all presented in the memo called Multi-Year Road Improvement Plan. And then we also gave a 5-year plan that would make a major investment in our town roads of $25 million over the next 5 years. It's a significant investment. Some people have called this the 5th capital project for the town because it's a major investment in our roads, bring them up to speed. They will not, this kind of investment will maintain the roads in the condition that we are attempting to keep them in. The roads are deteriorating quicker than they have in the past. Much of it, and we can get into the details of why, but this is really about the financial order. So what you have before you are sort of two different, part of the financial orders is the request for funds to make the improvements in the roads for this summer, basically, and that's the order from free cash. You have an alternate order, which is sort of, which I tried to frame out, for the middle school roof. So you have two needs of the town that you'll have to weigh on and ask you to sort of, where do you want the free cash money to go? That's really the basic question. And we're talking about $1.6 million. And I think that sort of summarizes it as briefly as I can.
Thank you, Paul. We will go to questions regarding the financial orders, including this one. I will state that if there is a motion passed requesting under item 8D2, if there is a motion requesting Paul revise this financial order and issue a different financial order for the middle school auditorium roof, he is prepared to send that formally to the council, I believe tonight or early tomorrow morning. And under the rules of procedure, I can automatically refer it to the finance committee. This referral and the others that we already voted on financial orders, technically under the rules, are automatically referred to finance. So if under 8D2 a motion is made and passes that creates new financial orders that Paul submits, if he submits them before the finance committee meeting tomorrow morning, the meeting's at 1, I will automatically refer them so that they can be discussed at finance tomorrow. So just so you're clear with that, and that would sort of obviate, it would sort of have a double referral of both, but one would replace the other. So you do not have to make a decision now guessing what will happen in 8D2. I want to make that clear on the referral. You can vote this referral, and also whatever happens there, we'll deal with tonight and tomorrow morning for making sure that the Finance Committee can deal with those if need be then. Kathy.
Yes, I'd like to speak to, you've got the motion on the sheet, Mandy, so I don't know whether you want me to speak to it first and then read the motion. But I do want to get a financial order that reduces the 4.3 million as Paul laid out in his memo to 2.7 million for roads, and uses the 1.6 with a financial order for the middle school auditorium roof. So you've got the words written out, but I want to speak to it first. So would you like me to read the motion?
We have a motion on the floor for the current financial order. That motion will come after we're done with this one, when we are talking about item 8D2, the middle school auditorium roof request from the regional school committee. We are not talking about that action item right now. We are just talking about the financial orders that were presented under 8D1.
So are you talking about then the financial order for the 4.3 million?
Yes, that is the one that the motion is on the floor for referral to Finance Committee. And as I explained, whether or not if that one is referred and another motion passes requesting a resubmission of that one, the other one can still make it to Finance tomorrow.
Okay, then I'll do my best with that, what I feel is fairly complicated set of instructions, to say that I'm not in favor of the 4.3 million motion for roads. And on JCPC, what you'll see is another almost $2 million for roads between Chapter 90 and 500,000 out of the town. We also have had a big bump up in Chapter 90 money. I don't doubt that our roads are in horrendous shape, but taking all of that free cash and putting it to roads, I don't think makes sense at this time when we have a competing one. So I'm speaking against the full 4.3 referral. And I'll come back to what I would like to have as a motion, that we get a second piece that does the roof, and then I would speak to the roof. If you're telling me I can't speak to the roof right now.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
Counselor?
Yeah.
Yes, because that's a separate agenda item. Counselor Ryan.
So just for my sake, to clarify, Paul has presented us with a 5-year plan to address the roads and sidewalks. And if a substantial amount of the funds in the first year are reduced, I'm assuming that would have a detrimental impact on this plan. And what we've just been told, and again, I'm just seeking confirmation, as this is a plan not actually to solve the problem, but simply to maintain the current condition of the roads that they're in. So if this plan is diminished in its funding, I assume the roads will in fact get worse. So is that, I guess the question to Paul and to Sean, if he cares to address it, is if you take, or perhaps someone in, perhaps the town engineer, if you take $1.6 million out of the 5-year plan, what are the consequences of that action?
Paul, and then
Yes.
Sean.
Yeah, and Guilford is here as well. As a superintendent of public works, if you have specific questions. Yeah, it's $1.6 million of roads that we will not be paving in this year. It's as simple as that. And that's the goal for this year is to invest in some major roads, but also start getting into neighborhood roads and try to address some of those long-term needs in our neighborhoods. So it's just less money to spend.
Sean, did you have anything to add?
Quickly add that the $5 million a year, 25 million came from software that our public works department uses that models out the conditions of our roads and projects it forward with the cost of repaving and different types of repaving. And that's why Paul, mentioned that this basically just keeps us level. It can model out different levels of investment and show you what it does to the different conditions of the road, the road. So the 5 million is really just to kind of maintain the roads where they are. Some of the other strategies around repairing potholes more quickly, tackling potholes in a different way, managing our roads differently. Those are really the strategies that we hope will actually kind of elevate the levels of our roads and produce a different outcome. But the 5 million a year is really just the sort of the baseline to keep them where they are.
Thank you. Andy?
So if I understand correctly, we have two options. One is to spend the existing requested amount in this motion, and the other is to reduce it by 1.6 million. But we're dealing with the regional district, which is its own entity. And as I recall from my days on school committee, the region has its own capital or its own excess and deficiency fund. It's its own surplus E&D fund. And I'm wondering
Andy,
if
can I interrupt you for a second? I'm really trying to keep the conversation of comparing a lower one to the request for the middle school roof. So this is really a referral of Paul's request for this financial order. If people want it modified and want to compare it to whether we should spend with the middle school, we're going to deal with that under the middle school, the regional school committee's request for fully funding that one, because that would require this reduction. So could you hold that comment till we deal with this motion to refer when we're talking about the potential for the solutions to the regional school committee's request?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry for that. It's hard to keep them separate, I understand, but they are from two different entities. One is from our manager and the other request is from a regional school committee. So they're actually from different people or groups. Jennifer Tubb.
So we can vote to refer this to the finance committee and then cast a vote on the next item completely separate, even if they sort of contradict each other.
Yes. Okay. Yes. If this one is referred, and then if the next vote requests the next vote, if there's multiple options in the motion sheet, but many of them request the town manager resubmit the one that we're voting on now. And so he would resubmit it, and so that automatic referral would trump tonight's vote on this refer, if that makes sense, because this one would be changed. You're muted, Jennifer.
No, I just throw out that
yes,
I would I would like a discussion at some point over whether we can do both.
Yes, that discussion can happen as soon as we deal with this particular financial order and can get to the middle school roof item on the agenda. So the quicker we're done with this financial order, the quicker we can get to the comparisons. I'm Councillor Cano Martin.
Yes, so just a couple things on this financial order. There were some things missing from it that I would have liked to see included as alternative sources of funding for our roads. One of them has been brought up to a resident by us many times. It's called the Complete Streets Program, and Jeremy Anderson, I think, is going to be at a meeting with myself and Lynn tomorrow morning, and Paul, so we can talk about that a bit more, but that's another potential resource. Another is brought up by another resident, the Stormwater Management Enterprise Fund, such as Northampton has, which has enabled them to fund like 6 DPW employees. So that's another avenue that I think, would be great for us to pursue. The third thing I wanted to say is I looked at the plan and I saw that not only is it investing, a significant amount of free cash this year, it's also looking to invest about $2 million of free cash in the next 4 years. And, we've been told many times, as we've advocated for the schools, that the idea is not to, use a one-time fund of free cash to fund an operating budget or what have you. So first of all, it's not clear to me that we'll always have $2 million in free cash. And secondly, it seems like not a great way to budget something. So could we see that money elsewhere in the town budget besides coming out of free cash? And then the other concern that I have is, more detail on the plan. I think that the most recent map that we have on the town website that indicates which streets are most need of paving hasn't been updated. So I'm not I would like to see a more detailed plan of what we're going to do with the money. And then finally, is this going to go to a committee that actually specializes in roads? Like, I don't know if it would be TSO or if it would be the new committee that's taking over some of their charge, because I think that it should be looked at as well by a committee before we fund it. Or I don't know, maybe it has to be funded first. But anyway, that's what I have.
Quick point of order, Councillor Griesmer has joined. Can we acknowledge that
Yes.
she's here?
Lynn, can you hear us?
Present.
Thank you. And Sean or Paul, would you like to respond to Councillor Kendall Martin's questions?
So yeah, so the grant program and the new fee being introduced into town are not things that are available. We don't know if there's going to be a grant available to us, and if we do get it, we would go. I think we talk about going for the grant if it's possible. We do not have a fee for stormwater management, so it's not something you can allocate. If the council ever introduces this new fee, the stormwater management fee, then that's something we could look at down the road in terms of, not sure if it would be used for paving necessarily, but as a new revenue source.
Thank you. Sean.
And just in response to how we use free cash and what we've had in prior years. So I would say we generally have a little bit over $2 million to transfer out of free cash each year. Sometimes more, and that's why even when you look at the plan, there's more funding that's needed. It's not in balance. There's still a gap between the 5 million a year and the resources that are there. So it may need more than 2 million a year, or if we are able to find grants. And then the other piece about what we use free cash for, this is exactly the kind of thing we typically would propose for free cash. It's a capital project. It's not an operating expense. Theoretically it's a one-time use. It doesn't bind us to use it every single year going forward. We don't staff positions based on it. For example, it's a bid and a procurement and a contract. So this is exactly the type of thing that we typically would use free cash for.
Thank you. Councillor Breivik.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't want to take up too much more time, but I just wanted to go back on Councillor Ryan's question because I wasn't sure if I got a crystal clear answer. And the premise of the question being that if we were to allocate an additional $5 million to roads, which that's the sum total of from free cash and the other sources above and beyond, so that's an additional $5 million with allowing for the 1.6 million for the middle school roof. It sort of sounded like you were saying that wouldn't lead to improvements in our road quality, or even that it wouldn't get us up to a baseline of improvements, and that can't possibly be true. So I just was wondering if you can answer that question more clearly, that if we were to go this route where we are acknowledging two very big needs of the town, still with $5 million going to the roads and 1.6 million going to the middle school roof, what would that mean for the plan?
We do have an updated assessment pavement condition index that we can share out. And what that shows is that it shows, and we did this previously in the prior town council, this level and they give a grade, and like for 60% or what it was, 60. And this kind of investment will keep us at that grade. It won't improve us, but it won't let us fall farther behind than what has been our history. We've been falling lower and lower on our grading system. So this investment is needed just to maintain our current condition of roads. Every road that gets paved will be better, but in the meantime, other roads are deteriorating and they need to have investment as well. Does that answer your question?
It just sort of sounds like then we need that to, I guess, to Amber's point, we need this to be in our annual budget, or we need to rethink how we're budgeting.
Sean?
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, so we do put roads in our annual budget through the capital allocation. And what we've seen is that unless we're going to allocate a lot more funding to capital, we can't necessarily rely on it every single year. But we can, and we have for many years, sort of supplemented that annual capital appropriation with free cash. And I think the other question was, can we do both? We can't, if we did both, meaning put the 4.7 million in plus the money for the roof, it would mean dipping into our actual reserves. Right now, this allows our reserves to stay at 5% for free cash and 10% for general stabilization. If we were to do both, we would have to either tap into one of those reserves or tap into the capital stabilization fund. So it would reduce us below sort of our typical operating levels.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. We've lost Councillor McLeod, and I just want to see if he's here in the audience. Councillor McLeod?
Could Laura McLeod be unmuted? Is this Councilor
Hello?
McLeod? Yep.
Can you hear
Is
me?
this? Yes, we can hear you.
I've been going in and out for about the last 20 minutes.
Okay, well, you are now being elevated, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Athena. Okay, Andy Churchill.
So I guess piggybacking on Councilor Brevik's comment and then Sean's response, what happens if we dip into those reserves? Are they being earmarked for future capital projects, or if we, you know, there's 5% in one and 10% in another, you know, we have two fairly strong needs, and we have several projects that we're trying to build in the future. But how do we balance those, and what happens if we do go below 5% or 10% in the funds that you talked about?
Sean, and then I'm going to see if we're ready to vote on this motion so that we can move to action item 8D, the request from the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee. Sean?
Yeah, so if we pulled funds from capital stabilization, those funds are earmarked for supporting the public works replacement and the fire station replacement in some form that we've got to work through. So if we reduce funding there, it would prolong when those can both happen, or how it supports those projects. If we were to take it from free cash or general stabilization, it would just mean next year when we do our free cash transfers, our first proposal would be to replenish it. So it would reduce potentially how much is available next year. That could go towards something different next year, or go towards roads next year. So it could be done, but it would reduce next year's transfers when we get to this time.
Do Paul?
And I'd just like to clarify what the council, to you, President Haneke, what the council's being asked to do tonight is to refer both motions to the Finance Committee so that the Finance Committee can come back with a recommendation to the full council at your next meeting. And you have a public forum as well. So moving them both forward allows the council to have all of the options on the table.
Thank you. Anna?
So I want to, I'm in full support of a later motion regarding the middle school auditorium. I think I do want to caution counselors against anything that is going to possibly delay the fire station and DPW projects. That would be my main worry. I guess this is my own prioritization, but I am placing those above an increase in road repairs. They're both very important, but I don't want us to delay those projects any further. So I would urge folks to not consider that as an option. And I hope that this gets referred so that we are able to discuss the lower option. And to what Councilor Brevik and Councilor Cano Martin were talking about in terms of the road improvements, I think that there's keeping it at that 60%, right? I think it would be great to get us out of that hole. And the other project that we're looking at feels emergent and important, and otherwise won't have that a source of revenue. And so as tough as it is, I think I'm willing to keep us at 60 and repair that roof. And I don't see this as an operating fund. I see this as, are we able to get ahead of it this year? And it seems like we're not this year because of the auditorium roof as a project. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to a vote. This is a vote on the, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Mindy. It was not connected for quite a while there. I just want to confirm, if I understand correctly, this vote is to refer the motions that Paul put in his memo to finance. Is that correct?
So this is, I was going to read the motion. The motion that is on the floor is to refer the following town council order to the Finance Committee with a report and recommendation to the town council by March 9th, 2026, FY26 12C, appropriate and transfer from free cash for roads and sidewalks. This is the $4.3 million appropriation and transfer order. We will, once we've finished with this motion, the other financial orders that were referenced in his initial memo about financial orders have already been referred to the Finance Committee. We pulled this one out. So this is a motion to refer the $4.3 million financial order request, appropriation transfer request to Finance. Once we are done with this motion, we will move on to the request that we received from the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee to fund the full amount of the middle school auditorium roof, and at that time can talk about the options related to how that might occur. Is that understandable, Sam?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we are moving on to the motion to refer the $4.3 million appropriation and transfer order. We start with Lynn.
Aye.
Mandy Jo Haneke is an aye. Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Abstain.
Jennifer Taub. Jennifer Taub.
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes.
Okay. Counselor Walker.
No.
Counselor Breivik.
No.
Counselor Cano Martin.
No.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devon Gauthier.
Aye.
That is 9 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 abstention. That referral passes. We are now moving on to, let me ask the council, would you like to take a break for 5 minutes now, or would you like to finish this agenda item 8D before we take a break before we move to the Town Services and Outreach Committee charge? It is our normal break time, but I'm feeling like we should probably continue with this related discussion first. So unless I see a lot of nods of no, let's take a break, I will move on to item 8D2, the regional schools request. Okay, so we are moving on to the regional middle school. We received a memo from Sarah Bess Kenny on February 2nd, addressed to myself and Paul Bockelman, the town manager, that I forwarded to the entire council, that requested, quote, that the town of Amherst, quote, consider funding the full amount for its repair, referring to the middle school auditorium roof. That is why this request is on here. I would want to make sure, Athena, that you can bring in Anna Hurd from the attendee list, who is on Sarah Bess Kenny's request representing the region tonight, for questions, as well as Shannon Bernaccia, and if Dr. Z is around, Dr. Z is supposed to be here too. We're going to start with, once Anna is in, a summary from Anna of the Regional School Committee's request, since it is their request to us, and then I will move to Paul so he can discuss briefly his memo, and then I will go to motions at that point, but we'll hear a request first. So Anna Hurd.
Hi, thank you for inviting me to speak. I think that you received an email from Tim Shores with some additional information about this request. I want to speak about the request only and not really about how the request came to be. So what I will say, and then if you want to talk about how it came to be, we can talk about that later. But I want to just say, there is an opportunity. We felt that Amherst has some free cash that is enough to fund the full auditorium roof repair. We applied to the MSB for funds to repair the middle school roof. Unfortunately, the auditorium roof is not quite old enough to be covered under the MSB grant. And so we got funding for the rest of the roof, leaving a very leaky auditorium roof unrepaired and with continuing leaks and problematic issues that we will continue to have to repair and mediate and deal with that will cause ongoing expenses in the repair and maintenance of the roof. The idea that we will be able to get MSBA funding in a few years for the auditorium roof, I think is overly optimistic. I think that we waited many, many years to become eligible for the rest of the middle school roof. Every year they kept changing the milestone of how old the roof needed to be. And so you think it's only 1 year away, then you think it's another year away, then you think it's another year away, then you think it's another year away. And every year it gets pushed down the road. So just because we are technically eligible now in 3 years doesn't mean that in 3 years we will actually be eligible. In addition to the fact we got this huge grant now, the idea that they would say, oh yeah, you can have more money in 3 years because, this is a good idea for you to, I think that that chance that we would get a second MSBA grant approved is, possible, but probably optimistic. So I think that this money would be put to really good use. I think it's an efficient use of money because if we have to do it later, it's going to be more costly. And so the idea that we can fix it now for a little bit less than we would be able to fix it in 5 years, I think that's actually beneficial. I don't know if there's any other point that you want me to make, but I think that it's a high priority, it's efficient, and we have an opportunity to do it in conjunction with the current repair.
Thank you, Anna. Paul.
Oops, sorry, you're muted.
So the regional school committee did submit this request, and we appreciate them sharing that. I think everyone, there's no disputing that the roof is leaking, and whether it needs a fix or re-roofing is a question, and whether repairs are an option. I'm not sure how much detail the committee got into that. I agree with Anna that MSBA is certainly a possibility, and whether that's optimistic or not, I don't know, because you often get on a waiting list and then you wait. So utilizing that, it certainly would become eligible in the next year or two. The question I think really is, so the school committee has come to the council saying, can you pay the full amount? And so the question for the council is, the question I have for the school committee is why you have your own version of free cash. Why could you not use your money to do this, take this action? Or why not ask the other member towns to contribute? And is that fair to the Amherst taxpayers to pay the share for the other member communities? There's a timing issue, and that's why I think that's, that with the Amherst Town Council, we can move quicker than a town meeting that would be required. So I think that that's a benefit. And then when we looked at it, the council has, in your financial guidelines, you have your budget guidelines, you have two different requests. One is to get our roads up to speed, and the other is if there's funds available to fix the roof. And it's really their competing requests. And I think that that's why, having both of those in front of you is the thing for you to consider. I mean, my recommendation is that the schools have resources at their disposal. If they thought this was a priority, they could move forward on it, and they can take action on it instead of asking the town of Amherst to fund the entire cost of we don't own that building. The regional school district owns the building. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Paul. Kathy.
I also want to make sure we get Shannon to weigh in on the notion that the schools somehow have some deep pockets, Paul, without going back to the other three towns, because I don't think they do. The last time I looked, the regional budget had minuscule. It had a fund, as Andy mentioned, but it's not at the $1.6 million. This was brought up way back in the fall, which is why it was in the council's guidelines. And for some reason, it slipped off the regional school general agenda that one part of the roof still needed to be repaired. When you repair a roof, if you were thinking of your own house, you wouldn't leave a central room leaking while you repaired the rest of the roof. We're talking about the walls of the building as well as the roof and what's in the building in terms of further decay. The original estimate on the full roof, while they waited to get into MSBA, was 3 million. We're now spending 10 million, 11 million for everything but the auditorium roof. Waiting has proven to have a higher expense tag. And the big thing to think about is there's going to be a crew there this summer doing the whole roof, except for this one piece. If the crew does the whole roof, it's much less expensive in terms of setup costs. You don't bring all the material out, all the ladders and everyone who's putting it in. So the setup costs become a high percentage of that 1.6 if it's a standalone project. It goes up just for that alone. We already have, the region has already paid for an OPM and a design team to do all of this. That's what MSBA would ask you to do again. MSBA could easily end up with the Amherst share being more than 1.6. So we have the free cash, and I think this building is valuable to us as a town in a unique way. It's got the swimming pool in it. We used to use the auditorium a lot. It used to be where town meeting met. It has a place where people put on plays, put on concerts. We could use, and we did use it once for the town council, when we need a larger space. So it is a community building. It's not just a regional school building. It has our swimming pools in it. So I think the integrity of the building is uniquely important to the town of Amherst for the way we use it. So I completely support using free cash. We have the money. It's unique that we have the money. And I just want to point out one of the reasons it's so robust this year is we had ARPA money that we didn't use. We banked it. And this was what ARPA was supposed to be, delayed projects that are urgent. And this one is urgent and the timing is right for it. So I'm speaking as strongly as I can for the motion to request the town manager, it's written out here, decrease the amount of roads. And remember, the 2.7 million for roads is huge. This isn't small. Last year, actually, Councilor Haneke didn't want to put $1 million toward it. And then we went back to 500,000 in terms of an off cycle. So it's a large amount of money, and there's Chapter 90 money, and we're putting more money in again for the coming year. This is the 270 can be used right away. It's money. It doesn't have to wait for the next year. It can be coupled with the other money we put aside. So I think it makes sense for a whole host of reasons. And I'm glad the regional school did make the request. For a while, it looked like they weren't going to make the request because it came to them so late. There wasn't time to go out to the other three towns for town meetings and have the construction schedule line up. So this has become now urgent because it needs to happen at the same time. And I'll stop there because that's what I am supporting. What is listed as the motion without all the other pieces. There are a whole bunch of pieces, and have the schools pay us back and make it debt or do this or do that. I think just cash makes sense, get it done, and consider it as an investment in a building that sits squarely in the middle of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
Thank you. I am supporting this being referred to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee can have this very robust conversation at its meeting. I think I really appreciate the roads plan. I think that's great. I really appreciate it. I think this is an extenuating circumstance. I would like to provide direction to the Finance Committee in our referral, and that I would like to target the 1.6 presumed cost and ask the school committee to look into its capital funds and also to consider money that it might spend on repairs over the next couple of years should this roof not be re-roofed. So together with 1.6 that I would support from the town of Amherst, plus whatever the school committee can come up with to make a difference if in fact there's a higher cost than 1.6. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Breivik.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thoughts here, and I'll try not to be too repetitive of what others have said, but I just wanted to voice my support for allocating this 1.6 million in free cash to the roof while we have this clearly a very unique opportunity to do this work in conjunction with the current repair. And as we just heard, and thank you, Anna, for coming in and explaining this more. As we're well aware, I think at this point we've postponed comprehensive roof repairs while waiting on the MSB funding. And as a result, we have a building where there are leaks, there are buckets lining the hallways, ceiling tiles have fallen on kids' heads. 8th graders donated replacement ceiling tiles as their class gift. I mean, really thinking about that. And despite temporary fixes to the roof, it's continuing to leak. Students have mopped up floors so that they could continue in performances. And we heard of a lot of people in public comment too who shared their own experiences of this issue. We're seeing that outside groups are not renting the space anymore. So that's lost revenue there too. And I was also at the recent band concert that a lot of folks spoke to in public comment too. It was my kid's first flute performance. And I can attest to the fact that, yeah, many families are sitting there concerned about air quality, the smell of mold. And I really just do not think we should be accepting these conditions for our children, our educators, and the staff at the school. And I think it's really important to understand that when we accept these things, we're accepting the degradation of our schools as a regular course of business. And I think that's unacceptable. And I think I just want to add quickly too that there was a person who gave public comment a couple meetings ago who was pushing to take these issues really seriously. And he reminded the council that it's important if you want to truly make progress on an issue, you have to first acknowledge the ways that you have, either in small or large ways, that you were responsible for getting us to this point or allowing things to get this bad. And I think we really do need to come at it from this perspective as a group and really right this wrong. I don't think that this should have gotten this bad, and it has. And I think it's our responsibility now to right this wrong. I do understand the urgency around the roads. I'm in support of allocating some of the free cash to help us get ahead of those issues with our roads. But as Kathy explained too, even if we do dedicate this 1.6 million, we would still have close to 5 million in free cash from the free cash Chapter 90 capital improvement funds and additional sources that were identified in the road improvement plan. I think it's really clear that this needs to be schools and roads, not schools versus roads. I don't see these as competing requests. I think we can pull this off. And I think that, I think many residents want to see more than just this going to the schools. And I think that this is really the least we can do. Families are choicing out of our district. This is leading to a downward spiral that will be very difficult to reverse if we keep making excuses for not fixing what's obviously broken. Others have said, our recreation department uses this space. I do think it makes sense for us to, we really do derive unique benefits from the middle school space. It's reasonable for us to invest in its upkeep. And every year we delay, we're just increasing the damage and the strain on our budget. As Kathy said, doing this work in 2 stages instead of 1 is just going to lead to greater cost. I think that this could become a really big liability. I think if it's not compelling enough that someone could get hurt or sick, I do think it is something we need to consider from a liability perspective, and continuing to have people using this space that is, I think a health hazard and a danger to our community. All of that to say, this is a clear choice, and I look forward to discussing it more in finance, but wanted to voice my support now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cano Martin.
Yes, I also wanted to voice my support of the motion to refer, so I'm trying to make sure, what am I voicing my support for? So that the town manager resubmit financial order FY 26-12C, in which he would reduce the amount of the appropriation for the roads to 2.7 million, and then the 1.6 million would be the free cash for a gift to the regional school district. And I really want to make sure that we do option one. And I just want to give a few reasons why, because I think that when we look at the idea of splitting the cost between the four towns, that would be ideal, but it's also very difficult, right? We've seen how, we have to go through the different town meeting processes. There are deadlines, there's things that we're going to miss if we try to do that. So there's the logistical problem. And then secondly, we have to remember, when we do the breakdown, I think, and the school committee folks can correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 87% of the regional students are from Amherst. Is that right, Anna?
I actually don't know, but I think that sounds about right.
Yeah. Shannon will be able to when you're
Yep.
done.
Okay, yeah.
Shannon's got that one.
The breakdown.
I know I'm almost exactly right. I'm close. But my point is, okay, so what? We're going to fix 87% of the roof so that it can dip on the other 13% of the students because we want to spite the other towns? That just doesn't make any sense. We have the free cash to fix the entire roof in conjunction with a project that is already fixing the rest of the roof. It makes sense to do it all at the same time. We have the money to do it. And to me, it's just a no-brainer that we need to do this. And remember, besides the fact that we have 87% of the students in this school approximately, which is a lot of our children and much more than any other town, there's also benefits that the town is getting from the middle school building. We had our public meetings in the auditorium for a very long time. We have the recreation offices in there. That's some that we pay, that the town pays to have our offices there, is only $851 a month, and that hasn't gone up in 10 years. We use the pool, we use the gyms, we use the building for camps. We use it for so many things that the other towns are not using it for, so I don't want to get into these nickel and dime stuff because it feels really petty, but the point is we clearly derive a benefit from this building, and it's a worthwhile investment for our children, for future generations, for the children currently in the building, the health and safety of everyone in that building. And, I don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face and say, well, we shouldn't have to pay for this whole thing. Okay, well, let's all have a crappy building in which our children can get sick and our employees can get sick, and let's just all suffer because let's, spite the other towns. So I am supportive of this to be referred. I hope finance will have a robust discussion, and I hope that we can come back and vote yes on it.
I'm going to go to Shannon before I go to Andy. Shannon?
Yeah.
Who's the finance director, correct me on your title, of the regional school district?
Yes, that's correct. So I wanted to chime in that of the notion that the school district had a lot of funds available to use for this project. That's just simply not true. If we did, I'd be more than happy. We would have never came to you all with this request. We have what's called excess and deficiency, E&D. It's similar to free cash, but it is not free cash. So there are some differences between the two. And we are using our E&D to support our operating budget. So when you do review the regional budget on the revenue page, you will see the use of E&D on there. And we do want to sustain some amount in that account. So the following year, we can continue to support the operating budget. That's the standard use. It's not a standard thing that is used for capital. If there was some emergency during the year and we couldn't use our capital stabilization fund, which you all might ask me about in a minute, so I will tell you the balance in there is about 400,000. But if we were to use all of that and we had another repair, we can use our E&D in that fiscal year as a rainy day to offset that if we were over budget for some reason. So I just want to move away that we have the money to do this, because we don't. And the other thing I want to just reiterate, which Anna has already said, and it's been mentioned here, is I think we started applying for MSBA in 2018, maybe. That's 8+ years. So if we have to wait another 8+ years, what else is going to need to be repaired? We already know the floor needs to be repaired. There are actual buckets on the back of the stage collecting water. We know that if there's water dripping down this back wall, we know that the water could potentially protrude into our electrical panel. So that's an additional cost that could happen down the road, which it'll cost us more money if we don't repair it now. And if we have to do small repairs along the way, we also have to pay for asbestos abatement for every single repair that we do, because there is asbestos in the roof, which is an additional cost. And that's already partly built into the roof project that we have now, and a contingency for that. So I do think that there's great urgency for this, and I think waiting will certainly cost more money than if we do it now.
Shannon, while you're talking, there was a question about what is typically the Amherst's percentage of share of capital costs.
Yep. I did not have that in front of me. I do have the number, just not in front of me, and it is somewhere within the 80% range. I'm happy to provide that to Finance Committee tomorrow. I could send it off sometime this evening.
Okay, thank you. Andy. You're muted, Andy.
I think, you know, when Kathy says the roofers are going to be here this summer, it makes some sense to me to fix the whole roof. But this is a partnership of 4 towns, and I would hope that the Finance Committee would look at ways that, you know, if the logistics prevent, you know, the 3 other towns from from pledging up front, that they can do a little bit to help out. That maybe there's a way to revisit that after the, you know, at their town meeting, so that they could participate in the partnership that is the regional district. You know, so I support sending this to the Finance Committee. I look forward to hearing about a robust discussion, but it just feels to me like we should figure out how we can partner on this. And obviously Amherst is going to pay the lion's share, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't seem, you know, it feels like everybody should have some skin in the game. And then, you know, I guess I'd like to hear if there's some other way of supporting the roads at some sufficiently high level that we're not just, you know, letting another resource decline because, you know, we've let this one decline. And by we, I mean the 4 towns. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take my opportunity, and I'm going to echo some of the items Andy said. It is a building owned by 4 towns. In some of the documents we got, we had facilities managers saying it was critically deteriorated, and we had someone, the regional school committee, say it was a high capital priority, yet it didn't make their capital priority list or capital request list for the upcoming fiscal year. In fact, it was dropped from it at one point, and people asked why. And it wasn't, in talking about the MSBA program, included as part of that as a potential request for additional borrowing or gifting of money at that time. It is a building owned by 4 towns, essentially, not one. And given our critical need for roads and sidewalks, I struggle with a gift that we wouldn't ask the regional school committee or the other towns to contribute the other 20% to. I understand the timing, and that we might have to have an agreement where we would gift initially and then ask for reimbursement, but I don't see the harm in saying, hey, you know, that 320,000, if the cost is 1.6 and we don't know what the bids will be, and we won't know the bids until after the March 9th meeting, we have use for that 320,000 that would not be our portion of it if it were requested under the typical way of requesting capital repairs from the region. And I think it would be wise for us and our fiduciary capabilities and responsibilities to say to the region, you have 320,000 in your capital stabilization fund. You have some of that in your E&D. Why don't you reimburse us for that 20% we wouldn't normally do? And we wouldn't normally as a town be responsible for, because then we can put that extra 320,000 to our roads and sidewalks while still getting this project potentially done. So I So I would favor what's listed on here is essentially option 3, the intermunicipal agreement that reimburses us for the non-Amherst share of a capital project from the region somehow, because I think the region needs to take responsibility for repairing this roof through some sort of regional 4 towns agreement. Sam. You're muted, Sam.
Thank you, Mandy. The roof wasn't really on my radar, a year ago, but clearly there's issues. And we've heard from residents this evening and at other points in time. My kids went to the school. There are lots of functions. It seems to me that it is an important priority. The dilemma is competing expenses across the board. Roads and schools, yes, they're both important. The middle school seems, given its situation, to be kind of like pothole situations as opposed to road repair, meaning more urgent. I don't know how the town can manage all the competing financial requests to meet the expectations or the desires of the community, but it seems to me that the middle school roof is important, and I'm in favor of trying to see what we can do. I have some concerns regarding the potential time frame of the MSBA process and elevating expenses during the time. And I hear your comments, Mandy, regarding available capital funds potentially. I'm not sure what the outcome is, but I think the middle school roof should be discussed and considered as at an elevated priority to what it might have been, say 6 months ago, because of updated information that was submitted from, at least to some of us, from the request that the Finance Committee made. So I'd be in favor of further discussion. And to me, it seems to be a higher level than some might have thought previously.
Sorry, Anna.
No worries. I wasn't sure. I was like, did my internet lag again? Did I miss my cue?
No, that was me.
No worries. So I voted for the prior motion regarding roads because I believe that we can do both. That was why I voted yes to refer that to finance. And so I don't think, I also just want to state something that's made me a little uncomfortable. I don't think that not wanting Amherst to foot the whole bill, to pay the whole price, is in any way about spiting the other towns. And that framing made me didn't make me feel comfortable, because I think that there's, maybe for some folks that is it, but I will say for myself, that's not what the question is about. And I think Andy stated it really well about kind of what it looks like to be in a community within a region with these other the other communities. And so I think what I'd love to hear, Anna, if you don't mind, is, or Shannon, if you could talk us through what, why Amherst is being asked to foot the whole bill. And then I'd also like to think about other opportunities for partnership should Amherst support this, right? Should we pay for the full amount? Are there ways that Amherst can benefit from that auditorium? Because we're talking again just about the auditorium roof. The other pieces of this repair that includes the roof over the pool, that includes the roof over the rec offices, are being handled separately. This is just about the auditorium. Is there a way that we can say, all right, great, if Amherst is going to pay for the entire auditorium roof, then the municipality, if using that space, doesn't need to pay a fee? Is there a way that we can kind of come to an agreement as a community around, again, this specific space, because this is the specific space we're being asked to cover? And then, so Anna, my 2 questions, just to be a little bit more succinct, because I rambled, sorry, is really, can you talk us through why Amherst for the entirety? Why not the other communities? And do you think that there's an option, and I don't know if this is for you or Shannon, is there an opportunity to come to an agreement with use of the auditorium space by the municipality, not the schools, in the future, or some other agreement that kind of shows that commitment to community and shows that the mutual benefit is present.
Shannon or Anna?
So I will take the first stab and then Shannon can maybe follow up on the agreement for use. So a lot of the reason that we're asking Amherst to foot the entire bill is due to logistics. The understanding that there was excess money came late and past our budget cycle. And the request to the towns would have been way off their budget cycle and their meeting cycle. And they would have had, because this has to be approved by March, there is no way the towns can get that done without a very urgent special meeting that they just don't have the time, money, or capacity to take on. So the logistics part makes this added project impossible to fund through the other towns in the time frame that is being requested. The idea of going back to the towns to refund Amherst some of the money, I think it's possible. I think the problem right now is the total town budgets. And what you're seeing in especially, and I'm going to say for Pelham and Leverett especially, they're seeing huge increases in the allocation amount that they're being asked to fund for 2027 over 2026. And Pelham is strapped. They can't afford anything. Every penny that is going to the regional district is not going to their elementary school. And they are, they're flatlining everything. And so asking them for even $5,000 to fund the roof is not going to happen. For Leverett, maybe they can squeeze a little bit of water out of a stone. And Shutesbury has these other expenses that are killing them right now and making this a very, very tight fiscal year for them. They still have PFAS remediation expenses. They're paying, they voted to renovate their library, but let's be honest, that library didn't have running water. They needed a new library. And the health insurance expenditures went way up. Last year it was a 40% increase. This year it's going to be a 20% increase. It's killing them. So they may seem like they may have a little bit more money, but the reality is it's going to be on the level of a couple $1,000s that maybe we could ask them for. And maybe in good faith, it would look good, but it's not really going to be more than a drop in the bucket for Amherst. And this is the most expedient way to get this problem solved. I don't know if that's a very good answer, but that's the best.
Yeah. So
Shannon.
I'll also chime in here. So for Pelham specifically, I know that they do not have any funds that they can commit. And like Anna said, whatever the amount that is going to the regional schools for the assessment, Pelham Elementary School's budget is being reduced by that amount because they are level funding, not providing level services. And they only had, I think John Trickey said, $130,000 for the entire town. And that doesn't cover any increase for their departments. So, excuse me, I'm sorry. So I just want to echo, I think I guess I can't speak on behalf of the committee, but there was a lot of reservations with the other smaller towns that they could not afford this if we were to go and ask. And then they would also have to have special town meetings, which does have a cost to it. In terms of maybe doing something different, like Amherst doesn't have to pay X, Y, and Z costs. Right now, we are not charging Amherst for town-sponsored events or Amherst Rec facility use, with the exception of custodial fees when a custodian is not already in the building. We do charge for Amherst Rec Amherst Recreation's offices and pool use, but anything outside of that, we're already not charging for. So unless, I guess the discussion could be, do we charge Amherst Recreation rent? I mean, that's the real amount. We have only received 10,000 per year for the past 10 years. It's a 10-year contract that ends this June. So yeah.
Thank you both very much for clarifying.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just think for all the reasons that Kathy discussed, if we don't take advantage of all the expenses that are being absorbed and incurred by the school and through the MSB budget, because this roof repair would happen when the roof replacement for the auditorium would happen when the rest of the middle school roof is being replaced. If we don't take advantage of that timing, I think Amherst will be spending in the future way more than the $320,000 that we're not getting from the other regional schools. So I just feel very strongly that we have to seize this moment and this opportunity. And it sort of feels like throwing out the baby with the bathwater, to say we're not getting $320,000, which, although we could use that for other, urgent needs that we have, but to not make the investment now because the other towns aren't contributing that amount of money or any amount of money, it just seems, or whatever, throw out another truism like, cutting our nose to spite our faces. I think we really do have to seize this moment, and I hope that the Finance Committee will come back with that recommendation.
Councillor Ryan.
So I think the case has been made pretty overwhelmingly that this is something we have to address. And I was entering this with a fair number of reservations. I still have some, but I think the case has been made very well for a whole host of reasons that we should do this now. I would just ask that the Finance Committee look very hard at ways in which the town could at least in part be made whole for its quote unquote gift. Councillor Churchill made the point, this is a partnership. It's 4 towns. We don't own this building. So I think we need to act, but I think we also need to look hard. I would ask the Finance Committee to look hard at ways at least some of this money could come back to us, because we also have needs that are pressing. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Shannon?
Yep, I just wanted to add and acknowledge, Mandy Jo, one of the comments that you had said in the beginning, that this was not in the original capital draft plan that we presented. And so I just want to correct that was not intentional, and it is a priority. And when we do have a revised capital book, the final one that will be included on there, it was strictly an oversight in terms of what was happening with the roof at this time, but it was not intentional to say that this wasn't a priority. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Thank you. Councillor Lord, and then I'm going to make a motion.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I was just going to say that I understand wanting the other towns to pay some, but I also do feel like Amherst utilizes the building so much more through so many different ways. And to know that we're only paying $10,000 as a single mom, that's less than half my yearly rent, and it's a town. So that's for the past 10 years. I don't know. So that's like really generous on the school part. The regional school committee rent us for cheap. So if we want to make up the 320,000 of the other towns, because I think Pelham's thinking about closing their elementary school and stuff. So I don't know, maybe we could add more, like get a piece of the rental stuff and figure out ways to get that money back in different ways that doesn't press upon already stressed out towns. And that's all. I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion so that we can move this conversation along. There will still be opportunity for discussion after the motion. This motion is to request that the town manager resubmit financial order FY 26-12C, an order appropriating from free cash for a portion of the town of Amherst capital program road and sidewalk repairs to the town council, reducing the amount of the appropriation to $2.7 million and submit a new appropriation and transfer order to the town council, appropriating $1.6 million from free cash for a gift to the Amherst Pelham Regional School District for use to repair and replace the Amherst Regional Middle School auditorium roof concurrently with the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program for the rest of the Amherst Regional Middle School roof, with consideration of an intermunicipal agreement that would require the Amherst Pelham Regional School District to reimburse the town of Amherst for the excess contribution to the work on the Amherst Regional Middle School auditorium roof above its required capital costs under the regional agreement through an appropriation from the Amherst Pelham Regional School excess and deficiency and/or capital stabilization accounts, or garner other financial benefits to the town of Amherst in consideration of its gift above its typical capital contributions. Is there a second to that motion? And I'll explain why I tried to sort of redo it that way if there's a second to it.
Ryan, second.
So I've heard in conversation that we want to partner with the region. And so I added that in that wouldn't necessarily include in the motion a requirement for it, but I want to make sure the finance committee discusses the options in its recommendation back to the council. So I think it's important in that sense, given the number of counselors that indicated some desire to see a partnership, to have that required consideration of the finance committee, but it doesn't require that that recommendation come back. And personally, the other reason I did it was because I'm concerned with the comments of from the finance director of the regional school and the regional school committee member of, this is the easier way, this is how we can do it quickly. The other towns don't have the funds, but you do. And that worries me for the next big capital project or the next small one, that we might see this again of, oh, this timing works better for you because you're more flexible and we don't want to have to go to the town meetings. And I worry about setting a precedent like that. So that's a personal one, but more of what I heard from people. Kathy.
Mandy, I would have been fine with your motion if you had ended it with a period after middle school roof as it is written, rather than added the extra language. I think you should leave that to the finance committee to think of different ways that there might be partnerships or not. You heard strong endorsement of partnership. There were a couple voices. You didn't hear that out of 13 people. I think there is a strong argument that we may have to foot the 1.6 without a short-term expectation that it's coming back to us. There might be situations, for example, that the bid goes out and it comes in below the estimated total costs. We could say that all of that accrues to us to offset the extra amount. But adding the clause you did, and you actually read pretty quickly, so I didn't hear all the words. I'm much more comfortable in just ending it to request the way it's written on the sheet, and ending with a repair program for the rest of the middle school roof, and make it clean rather than having a clause attached to it, which they might not be able to meet. This is a timing issue. We have to have the money available. So when it goes out to bid, the money is there. Getting caught up into trying to negotiate intermunicipal agreements that have a payback, a partnership, something like that, doesn't make sense. I think there may be other things that we could have conversations on. And I don't think this $300,000, yes, there's an alternative use for it, but I've watched over the time I've been on the council, us not spend money well for more bigger amounts than that. I don't think that's the key issue here. I think the key issue is getting this roof done. And we have the money, not just because serendipity, it's because we didn't spend all of our ARPA money. We wouldn't have had this kind of money if it hadn't been the federal government giving us this money to pend us over. And that's exactly what it was supposed to be used for capital projects, for emergent and urgent situations. So I don't like the second part of what you added. I do like this first. I'm looking at my screen and where the motion would have ended. And so I'm not in favor of I would move to amend and strike all the extra wording you added to your motion.
Second, Rooney.
Can you so you motioned
So
to amend to, I'm clarifying your motion to amend, a motion to amend to strike everything after for clarification purposes on the motion sheet, everything that I read after the main paragraph that came before, and if desired, two other options. Is that correct, Kathy?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
I just wanted to make sure.
And so it ends with the word roof, and it's so ask the town manager to resubmit something that reduces it to 270 and a new order for 1.6. Yep.
Point of order, is it possible I know that this is in the motion sheet, but is it possible to put it up on the screen? So we can see that.
So I read a motion that was slightly different from what was in the motion sheet. So
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
what threw
I read
me
that
first.
slow enough for
I
Athena to catch the changes.
Thank
But,
you. I appreciate it.
Athena, can you put up the motion that I made and then highlight what would be stricken from it? And meanwhile, we're gonna go to Pam because and I'll come back to, yeah, I know you did. I assumed your hand was up before that, so I didn't know if you had further comments. I will go to Anna after all counselors have spoken because this is a council sort of debate on a motion at this point without any questions to the regional school committee at this point. So Pam, while we wait on Athena to get that up, Pam.
Thank you. I will say the same thing. I second Kathy's motion, and I support moving ahead with this 1.6. And I'd like, obviously, the finance committee to discuss it fully.
Andy.
Yeah, I support the motion as returned to its original state or as amended in this by Councilor Shane. I think I raised the question of partnership, and I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, but I think the finance committee should be able to discuss it. They have two motions that are sort of conflicting or that are different ways of going. I would hope they would consider, any ways of, maintaining as high a level of road support as possible, but I think we need to do the roof. So, I hope they don't just pick one or the other. There might be some middle ground. I hope they at least consider it.
So Athena's got the motion to amend up. Can you go up, and the yellow highlight should go farther than that. It should start with.
This was it. Sorry, this was just to show me that I needed to check this language.
Yeah. That was about what I read. So, so you were good on that language.
All
So
right.
yeah. Yeah. So just if you could highlight in yellow, I instead of saying the motion that I made was with consideration of instead of provided that there is an intermunicipal agreement. So I was trying to make a motion that required the finance committee to investigate and look at options that include benefits to the town of Amherst beyond a flat out gift. So some of the things that were mentioned by a number of counselors. So it was not supposed to read provided that there is an intermunicipal agreement. It was the provided that there is was changed to with consideration of in the motion I made. Thank you, Athena. Anna.
So I just wanted to highlight one thing that Shannon mentioned. the regional school district does not charge Amherst for the use of the middle school facilities for anything, really. The only thing that is billed to Amherst or Amherst departments is for the pool and the one office. And so Amherst is already benefiting greatly from the middle school more than the other four towns. And so it's not completely unreasonable to ask Amherst to fund the full value of the roof repair for the auditorium. I will also mention, just sort of offhand, that Amherst actually benefits from the regional school committee's budget in additional ways that the other towns really don't benefit from. For example, there have been late buses that deliver kids who participate in after-school activities, but only to Amherst. They do not deliver any kids to Shutesbury, Leverett, or Pelham. And I realize that it's not every Amherst kid that gets to ride these late buses, but no Shutesbury, Leverett, or Pelham kids gets to ride these late buses. And so there are
Anna,
there are
I
other
hate to
fees that.
interrupt, but can we keep it to the motion to amend?
Oh, sure. Sorry. I just was gonna point out that that's the so this has to do with amending it to require reimbursement. And what I'm saying is reimbursement is not really, I don't think that this is a critical piece because Amherst is already benefiting in so many other ways from the regional school district, not charging them money and providing them extra services that the other towns don't access.
Thank you. Councilor
Yeah.
Ryan.
So as I read this, and maybe I'm deficient in my reading skills, it doesn't require anything. It simply asks that the Finance Committee consider an intermunicipal agreement on the principle that this is a partnership, this is a group of four towns in a regional relationship, and we're simply asking that it be considered. So someone help me with that. I assume this will be considered anyway. Is that what those who are seeking the amendment are saying? Or are they saying that no, this will not be considered at all because we don't support it? But all this original motion asks, as I understand it, is that we would like the Finance Committee to take a serious look at these options because this is costing Amherst taxpayers money. And under normal circumstances, it would be shared by the other three towns. So there's a real reason for this concern. So someone help me here. Is this, am I misreading this? And are you saying that if we strike it and go back to the original motion, that this will certainly not be discussed at the Finance Committee?
Kathy?
George, I think we can have a longer discussion tomorrow about this, but I don't think tying this to an intermunicipal agreement is going to work. So yes, we can have a discussion about that. And I just want to point out to you, I think you were on the council when we all blithely gave an extra $1 million to the track and field. We didn't tie it to an intermunicipal, we just gave an extra $1 million because we wanted to get the project done. We saw it as urgent. And that's what I think this is, that I think this is urgent. And we have the money. And I know I'm repeating myself. It isn't purely Amherst tax dollars. I think of ARPA as a different category of money. We happened to have that money and we didn't use all of it. The schools had ESSER money. They used all of it probably a little bit unwisely because it supported their operating budget. And when it went away, it was like this
A little
cliff.
problem, yeah.
It was a major problem. We considered a bunch of things with it, and we basically putting it into a savings account. And so this is pulling on that. It is our money now. I'm not saying it's not our money, but I think there's no reason to tie our hands. So if it ends, if Mandy hadn't and put that additional, I am fine with this, and we can talk about things. For example, and I don't know whether this will happen, but the school, the new school, when it went out to bid, the bids came in below the original estimated costs. If that happens at all, we could say return some of that savings to Amherst. a disproportionate share. Otherwise, it would be, some of it goes back to the state, MSBA, some of it goes to all the towns. So we could consider something like this, but I don't want to tie the money up with these additional strings. So I think any creative ideas we have tomorrow, and the council will still get to vote on this. Okay, so this is, you're sending it off to finance and it's coming back to the council in a hurry. It's coming back at on the March 9th meeting. This isn't like, you'll see it in a few months. And you can all tune into finance tomorrow. So that's why I'm against adding the additional wording.
Anna?
Thanks. And I apologize if I opened a can of worms. That wasn't my intention. I'm fine supporting this motion without supporting the motion to amend. And I look forward to the discussion at finance. I do think, Anna, you mentioned a number of ways that that Amherst specifically benefits, and I think it's helpful to hear more about those if you'd like to reach out to members of finance. I think specifically though, it's the ways that if there are agreements in place specifically for Amherst, I think that if there's no rental fees for any community to use the auditorium, et cetera, that's great. And that's a separate thing than, the other example you gave. So I think for me, this is coming from questions that my constituents have asked me, and that, are helpful for me in talking about this with residents, but also in finance, is to know kind of what is the current state of the use of those facilities and things like that. So any information you have, it doesn't need to be right now, but if you're able to send that to the folks on finance, could be really helpful. And yeah, I support the motion as amended. I think finance will still discuss those topics.
I think actually Shannon is in a better position to provide that information.
Anybody who wants to, I will accept any and all information. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that Shannon not respond tonight, but be prepared to discuss all of this at the Finance Committee meeting tomorrow morning, including if it's possible to return a disproportionate share of a lack of borrowing to Amherst for the main MSBA project or not, because I think that's what Kathy was referring to. So please be prepared to talk about that and talk about what if the bid for the alt add of the auditorium roof comes in under 1.6 million, given what the financial order says and all of that. Not tonight, because we're going to have to move on and we have to vote, but be prepared at finance to be able to discuss a lot of those questions and what options of sort of things would be, whether or not this clause ends up in the motion tonight. Shannon?
I just wanted to say I'm happy to attend. I do have a meeting from 1 to 1:30, but I can join and be there at 1:30.
Okay, thank you for that, Shannon. We're going to move on to I one other thing I wanted to say, which is I think we need to know accountings of what the benefits are, but also what the status of the renegotiated intermunicipal agreement regarding the use of facilities is, because I know that's been in negotiations for a while. So that status will need to be mentioned and all at finance tomorrow, given this conversation. At least that's one of my questions. Okay, so we're on the motion to amend. The motion to amend would remove the clause that was highlighted in yellow. If you want to remove the clause, vote yes. If you don't want to remove the clause, vote no. We are starting with, I believe, myself, and I am a no. Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
No.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Breivik.
Yes.
Councillor Cano Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devon Gauthier.
Aye.
And Lynn Griesemer.
Nay.
That is 10 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion to amend passes. We are now voting on the main motion, which is a motion to request the town manager resubmit the financial order for roads and sidewalks at 2.7 million and submit a new appropriation transfer order at 1.6 million for free cash for a gift to the regional school district to proceed with a repair of the auditorium roof concurrently with the MSBA accelerated repair program for the rest of the Amherst Regional Middle School roof. Any further comments before we vote?
Do you need a second? Shane seconds.
No, that was already seconded.
Okay.
We are on to Counselor Lord.
Aye.
That was an aye?
Correct, aye.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I heard it right. Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Brevick.
Yes.
Counselor Kendall Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devon Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer.
Aye.
Mandy Jo Haneke is an aye. That is unanimous. We are now taking a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back at 9:10. We still have a lot to get done.
My understanding is I'm done.
Yes, you are done. Thank you, Anna. Thank you,
Okay.
Shannon.
Thanks. Bye.
Please, everyone, when you return, please turn your videos on so I can see that everyone is back. We've got 1 minute till 9:10. Okay, it is 9:10. We have 7 counselors with the videos on, so we are going to move on to the next agenda item. So we move and return counselors from break. The next agenda item is the amendments to the Town Services and Outreach Committee charge. Counselor Ryan, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. The motion is to approve the amended charge for the Town Services and Outreach Committee, striking, quote, advise and make recommendations to the Town Council regarding Town Council participation in community events, end quote, within the Outreach and Community Relations section, and adding referred by the Town Council to the Town Services section. And at the end of the second bullet point, at the end of the second bullet point, and adding issues and, in quotes, before the word measures in the first bullet point in the Town Services section.
Is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gauthier.
Thank you. Athena, can you put up the addition? This is slightly different than what's on the motion sheet. And I also want to point out, it is different than what the Town Service and Outreach Committee voted, because one of the things they voted to add in the charge is already in the charge, which was the legal services one. When the council voted it in November, both that phrase was put into both sections of the charge. So we removed that from the motion, not because we were doing anything nefarious other than it was already there, so it didn't need to be voted in again. And Councillor Ryan, can you talk about what is different from the motion that was in the packet? So adding the issues and before measures in the first bullet point.
Yes, this is my addition. It was not voted by GOL, so this is something GOL did not see, but it came up during the first genuine or full TSO discussion of how the committee sees its work in the coming year. And I felt that based on that discussion and what I felt to be the committee's very strong desire to look at the broad area of town services and not be limited just to measures. So as it reads right now, review and make recommendation to the town council on measures that may affect the provision of services. I felt that given what the committee was saying and what they were thinking about doing, it would be prudent to add issues and before measures. And I offer as a model, if you look at under outreach and community relations, if we scroll down, if we can, Athena, to the very end of the document, thank you, to outreach and community relations, you will see under the third bullet point, it reads, review and make recommendations to the town council on issues and measures regarding the relationship between the town and Amherst institutions of higher education. So already in the charge under the area of basically institutions of higher education, the charge acknowledges that there are issues and measures that the committee might wish to take up. So I felt that this would be a small but significant addition to the charge, as it already had been approved by TSO and already approved by GOL. So that's the addition, and I'm happy to answer questions, or maybe my fellow colleagues on the committee would like to weigh in as well. But
Thank you. Kathy.
I don't have a question. I just want to explain to people that I'm going to be leaving the meeting early now, but for me, it's 3 in the morning. So, and I have a finance committee tomorrow. So thank you all very much. And I wish you the best for the rest of the meeting.
goodbye,
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote on the motion. We start with Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane is absent. Jennifer Tubb.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Breivik.
Yes.
Counselor Cano Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer.
Aye.
And Mandy Jo Haneke is an aye. That is unanimous, 12-0. We move on to appointments. We did appointments, the town manager appointments. We are moving on to liaisons. Everyone has the liaison memo in the 2 liaison memos in the packet. The GOL recommended potentially liaisons for potentially 10 committees. I sent out a survey to hopefully move this appointment part of the meeting on fairly quickly. 7 counselors responded. That's what's in your packet. Since then, 1 counselor, Lynn Griesemer, has said she does not wish to be a liaison to any committee, and Sam McLeod responded that he would consider being a liaison possibly to the Commission for Persons with Disabilities, the Council on Aging, or the Amherst Public Shade Tree Committee. So that is where we stand. Counselor Lord, normally how we do this is we kind of go through and see if there's anyone interested in any of them. If there is no one interested, we do not appoint liaison to that committee, and then we make one big long motion. Counselor Lord.
Yes, I apologize that it's just now, but I had an interest into a committee that has nobody interested, so I just wanted to let you know.
And which committee is that?
Reparations, the AB, Reverse Black Reparations, the AB.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go through and we're going to start with, I'm just going to go in the order I had them on the survey. We're going to start with the Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Anyone can nominate themselves, and we might come back and forth on some of these before we do a full motion, just to see where people stand. Commission for Persons with Disabilities, of the responses that we had, Amber Cano Martin was interested in it, and Sam McLeod was a maybe. Are either of them still interested in it? And are there any counselors that are interested in that committee? Seeing no hands, Counselor Cano Martin is given the list that you saw published. Are you still interested in that one?
She's muted.
Sorry, I'm trying to like go back and forth between documents as I
I'm
talk
not
to you.
hearing
Can you hear
her
me?
and Sam McLeod.
Uh,
I have
Counselor Haneke.
frozen.
Oh, I think it's Mandy Jo's computer.
Were you asking me something, Mandy?
I think Counselor Haneke's frozen for a moment. Let's just pause for a moment.
I'm familiar with that situation.
Apparently back. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. So I did not hear if Counselor Cano Martin responded to interest in Commission on Persons for Disabilities given the list.
Given that there's someone else with interest in this one, I'm happy to defer to Sam if you want it, Sam.
Sam?
I put down maybe on these committees in case they were something that we really felt was obligatory and I didn't want to not participate. I don't have a strong interest in any of the ones that I put maybe down. So if Amber, you have an interest in it, I'd defer to you. I was just putting my name out to be part of it. Because that's how I approached it.
Shall we come back to that one? Human Rights Commission, we had Councillor Cano Martin and Councillor Breivik. Councillor Cano Martin, would you cede to Councillor Breivik on this one?
Yes. Yeah, I would cede to Councillor Breivik.
And Councillor Breivik, are you still interested?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to tentatively pencil Councillor Breivik in for this one. Unless there are other ones interested. Council on Aging, Jennifer Taub.
Yeah, I've been working with them I've been the liaison for the past couple of years. So unless, I'd like to continue unless there's someone else that would really like to step in.
Are there any other councillor who would like to step in? Seeing none, we'll pencil Jennifer Taub in for Council on Aging. We will go to Black Reparations Committee. Councillor Lord, I know I'm jumping around, but I'm trying to do this a little more efficiently. Councillor Lord indicated interest. Is there anyone else with interest to be a liaison to the Black Reparations Committee? Seeing none, we will pencil Councillor Lord in for that one. Then we have a couple of maybes and a yes. Andy Churchill, you expressed interest in being a liaison to the planning board. Are you still interested in that? You're muted.
I don't think so. I was looking at the rules, and if I'm the liaison, I can't comment, and I prefer to retain my ability to comment. So no.
Thank you. Is there anyone interested in being a liaison to the planning board? Seeing none, at this point, we'll pencil in no liaison there. At that point, we are left with Councillor Cano Martin with a whole bunch of yeses, but only wanting to serve as one, and some maybes on some others. So Councillor Cano Martin, do you have a preference? Let's start there. You're muted.
Yeah, yes. So can I just say about the disabilities committee that I had attended one of their meetings and they did really want to have a liaison, and they one of my constituents is on that as well, and he had asked me, so I'm gonna have to say that one. I would consider also doing ECAC though, because I don't want ECAC to be without one. So
Okay. We'll pencil you in for commissions with persons with disability. Councillor Lord.
Yes, I had taken my name, or I didn't add CSSJC because I saw it had a yes and a maybe, but if there's, I would love to stay the liaison for that. If there's no other interest.
Is anyone else interested in being liaison to CSSJC? We will pencil you in, Councillor Lord, to that one. That leaves us with Councillor Cano Martin is possibly for ECAC, and we have some AMAHT. Andy Churchill, are you interested in that one? You had a maybe.
I'm sorry, which one is that?
Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust.
Sure.
We will pencil you in. Councillor Ryan.
I have served as the liaison. I have not done a very good job. I would like a chance to do a better job. So I don't know if Councillor Churchill, how strongly he feels about this, but if he does, I will defer to him. But if not, I'm willing to try a second time and see if I can do a better job.
I'm happy to defer.
Andy?
Okay,
We will pencil George in.
thank you.
Okay, we're moving along here. And so we have people penciled in. Anyone interested? Oh, Councilor Ryan's hands up. Anna.
This is a point of privilege as GOL chair, if I might. For folks who were noting, I know Councilor Churchill, you noted about how the rules say that liaisons cannot speak or comment during the meetings. That is true. That is in our rules. I will just also remind councilors that at any point we can edit and adapt our rules. So if there are pieces of the liaison role that councilors do not like, I would recommend that you submit amendments to GOL, and we are happy to review those because this comes up often and it's not something that is set in stone. We can change that. So I just wanted to add that as an aside because it was mentioned. So we can always shift those.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone interested in being we have 3 that do not have liaisons yet that might have interest: ECAC, Public Shade Tree Committee, and Conservation Commission. Is there anyone interested in being a liaison to ECAC, Energy and Climate Action Committee? Seeing none, we'll pencil no one in for that. Amherst Public Shade Tree Committee, is there any counselor interested in that one? Sam McLeod?
I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, we will pencil you in for that. Okay, and Conservation Commission, is there anyone interested in that one? Seeing none. Here is the motion. To appoint the following counselors as liaisons to multiple member bodies. Amber Cano Martin as a liaison, Counselor Amber Cano Martin as a liaison to the Commission on for Persons with Disabilities, Counselor Jillian Breivik as liaison to the Human Rights Commission, Counselor Jennifer Taub as liaison to the Council on Aging, Counselor Hala Lord as liaison to CSSJC, Counselor Sam McLeod as liaison to the Amherst Public Shade Tree Committee, Counselor George Ryan as liaison to the AMAHT, Counselor Lord as liaison to the Black Reparations Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we start with Sam McLeod.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane is absent. Jennifer Tubb.
Yes.
Counselor Walker. Is absent at this point. Counselor Breivik.
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Cano Martin. Okay, thank you, Counselor Walker. We got your yes. Counselor Cano Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devon Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer.
Aye.
Mandy Johanneke is an aye, and Counselor Lord.
Aye.
That is 12-0 unanimous. That brings us to the end of appointments, which means we move back to presentation and discussion items. Oh, we're getting there. Athena, if you could bring into the meeting all of the Charter Review Committee members that might still be in attendance. We invited them to this meeting. So we are going to move to that one. We have an unstable internet with Counselor Walker, so we will do the best to keep her informed and keep her in. So we are on to the Charter Review Committee recommendations. We have 11 to cover tonight, and we're a half an hour until 10 p.m. It's going to be quick. So, Counselor Ryan, you have your hand up.
Well, I'm going to make it even less quick by asking this question, but given the time and given the challenge, does it make sense for us to proceed? Perhaps this is something that we should consider taking up at a separate meeting as we did before. I just asked that. I don't know how others feel, but I don't think that in 30 minutes we're going to make much progress. But that's just a thought.
So I would request that we continue on as long as we are able to, or at least until 10 on this item. The March 9th meeting is when we will present the possible motion to be adopted on March 23rd. And in order to present that motion, it would be really good to get as many straw polls done of proposals as possible to make those meetings go a little bit smoother. The items that remain on our list to discuss, other than the first set of forums, were items that counselors did not think would take a lot of discussion. So I'm not sure how quick some of them will be or slow they will be. So we might be able to get through a number of them. So I would request that we try to do that. Sam McLeod has been bumped to the participant window. If he can be brought back in. We've got internet issues tonight, but so the way we're going to do this is we'll have the discussions if there's questions, and then we'll do the straw polls. We're going to try and do these straw polls as quick as possible, meaning when I ask for a poll in support, please raise your hand using the raise hand button. These are just straw polls, so we can do this as counselors. And I will count the hands raised so that I think it'll be quicker than a roll call because we don't have to unmute and mute. So that's how we're going to do it. You'll raise your hand for the support in X, Y, or Z, or oppose and all, and I'll read out the names for everyone attending, and that's how we'll do our straw polls. They are just straw polls. They are not formal votes. So we're starting with the public forums. Athena, there's a document in the packet. If you would rather I share, I could do that. It is the one for this item that is the that is Charter Review Committee Proposals for Discussion 2026-02-17. If it's possible for you to share that one. It's the document that looks like the last one did. We're going to start with the public forums. There are three related to this. There's deleting the definition of public forum, which was proposal number 1 by the Charter Review Committee. And then there was adding similar definitions of public forums into the town council public forum section and the school committee public forum section of the charter.
I'm sorry, President Haneke, are you referring to a document in the packet for tonight?
Yes. Here, I think I can.
There's charter voting options, voter veto information.
It's under, it doesn't have a number. It's under date 2026-02-17.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, we forgot to put a number on it, so it's harder to find. Sorry.
Nope, my fault. Thank you.
And so no one wanted to discuss deleting the forum definition, but I put it and grouped it in with this, with discussions on questions of, I proposed amending, that's this one. Can you make that potentially bigger if we can see it maybe? Changing, and the KP Law, I believe, also requested this change, changing the agenda and format determined instead of by the town council or by the school committee, by the president or chair. That is a potential amendment. And I believe there were some questions on whether these quote definitions, that green set in the end, or any of the green could just be part of our rules of procedure without adding them directly into the charter, and talk about public forums in the charter, but not define them, so that there's a little bit more flexibility within the rules of procedure to redefine if we run into the problems we've had. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on the public forums number 14, 16, or deleting the definition within the definition section of the charter? Seeing no hands, we're going to move to a straw poll. We're going to start with the number 14 one here, which is adding the green within public forum. And with the amendment of changing from the town council to the president, and the three options for the poll will be support putting it in the charter, support putting it in the rules of procedure, or oppose it, the change completely. We're going to do number 14, the council public forum, then 16, and then the forum definition deletion. Okay, so Sam, is that a question, or are you trying to straw poll right now?
Put the discussed motion of the edits back on the screen.
Okay. Athena, can you put them back on?
I can't see hands while I have those up.
I can, Athena, so if it's okay, I will make sure to read all the hands out.
Or just capture them somehow so I can.
Yeah, I will read them out when they are raised. So
Thank
we're
you.
we're discussing the option language 1. It would be support, putting it in the charter, support in the rules of procedure, or oppose. With no other discussion, raise your hand in the raise hand button if you would support putting it in the charter. We have raised hands: Andy Churchill, Councillor Breivik, Anna Devlin Gauthier, Councillor Cano Martin, Councillor Walker, Councillor Lord, Sam McLeod, and Jennifer Taub. Sam McLeod just unraised his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 9. Sam McLeod's hand is raised. Okay, thank you for that. You guys all unraise your hands. Hopefully I didn't read that too fast, Athena. So raise your hand if you support putting it in the rules of procedure. We have Mandy Jo Haneke, Pam Rooney, and Lynn Griesemer support putting it in the rules of procedure. Okay, thank you. Raise your hand if you oppose this change to the charter at all. And Lynn's hand, okay, no one's hand is raised now. Okay, moving on to forums, school committee public forums. Same question here. Support putting it in the charter. Please raise your hand now.
Can we put these on screen so we can see what's?
Oh, Athena, can you just page down to number 16, the second? We have most of it on the screen. There we, nope, next, right there. Thank you. Those that are at this point straw polling support in the charter: Andy Churchill, Jennifer Taub, Councillor Breivik, Councillor Cano Martin, Anna Devlin Gauthier, Councillor Walker, and Councillor Lord. That is 7. Thank you for that. All those that support putting it in the rules of procedure, please raise your hand in the Zoom application. There we have Mandy Jo Haneke, Pam Rooney, Councillor Ryan, Lynn Griesemer, and Sam McLeod. And please raise your hand then if you oppose this change. We have no hands raised. Moving on to deleting the definition of public forum in the charter itself, under the definition section. This is the one in red at the very bottom of this page, number 1 of the Charter Review Committee proposals. Raise your hand if you support deleting the definition of public forum in the charter.
Can we put this on screen again?
It is the very bottom of the screen, right there.
Yes.
Oh, Athena went, it's right there.
I'm sad to say it's going a bit quick for me.
Sorry, I know. Okay, so this is, if you support deleting the definition from the charter, please raise your hand. My hand keeps going up and down. We've got Mandy Jo Haneke, Andy Churchill, Anna Devlin Gauthier, Councillor Cano Martin, Lynn Griesemer, Jennifer Taub, Councillor Breivik, Pam Rooney, and Councillor Ryan. That is 8. Thank you. Raise your hand if you oppose removing this definition from the charter. We have Councillor Breivik. Or not.
No, sorry.
Like you were thinking about it. And there are none at this point that oppose removing it from the charter. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next page. Number 21, inserting a public dialogue section. This is a definition that is basically in our rules of procedure right now. The additional amendments, if it's adopted, include just renumbering stuff. People wanted to discuss whether to keep it in the rules or whether to move it to the public dialogues. Are there any discussion on this one and conversation on it? Andy Churchill.
Yeah, I know this is in the rules now. Many of us on the Charter Review Committee were not aware of it. I don't think a lot of people are. We have things in the other ways of people being involved and discussing and people having input. I think the Charter Review Committee felt that having an opportunity to discuss issues without having to have a specific proposal, but recognizing that there are issues of public interest that people want to come together on, was an important addition to the public engagement piece. and putting it in the charter, put it on the same level as some of the other ways of being involved that are in the charter. So I support it, and I think it's a interesting way to engage the public.
Thank you. I'm going to make a comment and then I'll go to Dr. Marcus Smith from the Charter Review Committee. So my concern with this one is it's in the rules, it works in the rules, but my bigger concern is this would be the only section of the public participation mechanisms in Article 8 that the public can't actually institute and do on their own. It has nothing to do, as written, with the public calling a public dialogue by majority vote of the respective bodies. So it's not something the public can initiate, unlike an open meeting of the residents, a free petition, an initiative measure, or a voter veto. So to me, it sounds very different from what the Charter Public Participation Mechanisms Article 8 is supposed to reference. And so that for that reason, I'm not leaning towards adding this to the section. I think it would be confusing to the public. Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Andy was saying, and that we really looked to this to advertise that this was available. It was very, people were unaware of its existence, let's say. I think this was chosen as a convenient place to put it, but if this is not the place, that is up to you guys.
Thank you.
But I would say that we should, put it somewhere in the charter at least to keep it, to bring it up so that everybody's aware of it.
Thank you. Councillor Kenna Martin.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it could be amended so that it could, if we had a certain number of signatures from the public, that we could call a public dialogue to make it more in line with what else is in there in that section.
So if it was amended like that, it might be very much like the current 8.1 open meeting of the residents in terms of its use or not and function. It would need a clearer comparison to 8.1 open meeting of the residents. Jennifer.
So is there another forum that someplace in the charter, the rules of procedure, that allow for an open dialogue where it wouldn't just be public comment, but the counselors can respond and engage in a discussion? That's what this is calling for or allowing, right?
Yes, that's the open meeting of the residents, which right now is in the charter as section 8.1 and reads, upon the request in writing of 200 residents 18 years or older, including names and addresses, submitted to the council, school committee, or library trustees, stating one or more specific issues or concerns related to matters upon which the requested body may act. The president or chair of said entity shall call an open meeting of the residents of the town, setting forth the specific purpose or purposes thereof. The president or chair shall preside and regulate the proceedings. The presiding officer shall allow the opportunity to speak to those in attendance wishing to address the council. The council may also call it. No open meeting can be held on more than one subject in a 12-month period. The way that has been run in the past, and we have done it once, is it was an open dialogue. It was not, it was much more run like a little more open than a public forum. We did it on, I believe, Lynn Griesemer, I think you were the one that ran it, and I think it was on the 132 Northampton Road that it was on. Is that correct, Lynn?
It was on 132 Northampton Road, and it became very apparent that it was a desired dialogue. And but we did not require signatures to hold it. The council decided to go ahead and hold that dialogue. And we just spent about 4 hours over in the Bangs Center, and I think it was a very productive conversation, led to some changes. And again, we didn't even go to the signature level. We just did it.
But so that meant that the council could call it.
Yes.
Yeah, the charter allows the residents or the council to call that one.
Okay. Can I just ask, for CRC, when we did that survey, it was maybe 4 years ago or so, to get feedback from residents, students, developers on housing. Was that a public dialogue? Because we did talk back and forth.
We called it sort of as a public forum, as of a committee, as a public forum, essentially an open dialogue, right? Where we talked back and forth, we responded, and all of that. Yes.
Okay. Thank
Councillor Breivik.
Well, so if these seem like the same thing under two different names, would it make sense to combine them and say to hold a public dialogue, it requires either 200 signatures from residents or to be called by the council, whatever the rules are for the council to call a public dialogue? Like to have them be similar events but called two different things feels confusing to me.
Which would be potentially just keeping section 8.1 as it is and not adding this one.
But calling it a public dialogue, if that is what
Instead of an
section
open meeting
8.1
of the
is
residents.
describing.
It's possible to amend it that way without adding a new section.
Okay.
So it would be possible to amend the title of current 8.1.
Am I correct that they are the same, essentially the same?
They are, in my mind, they're basically the same. Others might think differently, but I think of them as basically the same. Yes. Okay. So we can amend the title of current 8.1. We could add a new section and keep the current 8.1 sort of the same. So we'd have two of them, or we can keep them, oppose this change and keep it as it is in the charter and our rules that have both options, actually. Andy.
Is the language substantially similar that's in there now? I'm sorry that I don't have the charter in front of me at the moment.
I just read the language that was in the charter. It's not as specific regarding convening bodies and respective management and staff is determined by. So it doesn't mention an informal dialogue. It just mentions that. So there's a little bit of language that could be amended to match a little bit more like that. But the intent of the open meeting of the residents is essentially the same as this.
Yeah, just following up on that, I think the language about informal dialogue would be useful, but I would support calling, editing it so it's public dialogue and in some way making sure that staff and elected officials and the public can come together for informal dialogue.
Okay, Anna, and then we're going to do our poll.
I was going to ask if this is something that might be appropriately referred to GOL to figure out the exact wording of, given the capturing the conversation that was had here tonight and the intent of that, if that could be the option in the straw poll, is to have a committee come back with the correct wording.
So the straw poll tonight will be support adding it as worded in as a separate one, support editing the current 8.1 to incorporate, or oppose completely. What I will do for the last 10 minutes of this, I don't want to do it now, is discuss what that motion next week will look like. One of those options where we will fold things in is to GOL or to the town attorney to incorporate and come up with language, depending on what they are. So we don't have that motion crafted yet, but yes, so that motion will foresee things going to potentially GOL for coming back, or going to the attorney for coming back for the formal vote to change the language.
Thank you. And I think your middle option in your straw poll captured it a bit. I was just, I saw us kind of getting into the weeds on it. And so I wanted to make sure that was covered. Thank you.
So here we go. Straw poll on support adding the language as proposed, which would have a public dialogue and an open meeting option in the charter. Please raise your hand if that's the option you support at this point, lean towards supporting at this time. No hands are raised. Raise your hand if you support editing the current open meeting of the residents' language to incorporate some of the language about public dialogues so that we don't have duplicates. And we have 11 hands raised. Haneke, Gauthier, Rooney, Taub, Churchill, Breivik, Cano Martin, Griesemer, Lord, McLeod, and Walker. And did I say Ryan? Are we up to 13 now? Oh, 12?
There are 11 hands up.
11, okay. So 11 there, and I know we have one person absent. Raise your hand if you oppose changing the charter at all. Councillor Cano Martin? One opposition. We are moving on to the public comment periods, which is number 7, that the second set of boxes down here. the Charter Review Committee proposed adding committees as required to include public comment at all regular meetings. And then they also proposed adding a full section about when they could be held and whether you can hold second or items. Our rules currently include the option for the second sentence. So there's an option of amending to add all committees to council committees to public comment for regular meetings, but keeping the extra public comment period as an option in the rules instead of adding it to the charter. Are there any comments on this proposal at this time?
Can you clarify for me again, Mandy? I realize you're
So the
looking at
first
number
box
7.
that has just green is what the Charter Review Committee proposed. There is an option that deletes the big second section of that, which is the proposal that allows the president to take public comment on specific agenda items during the meeting as well as at the general public comment period. That is an option that our rules of procedure already allow. The Charter Review Committee proposed adding it into the charter.
The options came from where?
Counselors, when I did the poll.
So this is a summary of the previous meeting.
The poll before the previous meeting, we did not discuss these at the previous meeting.
Okay. This is the results of the poll. Got it.
Yes. Comments at the poll. So I'll make a comment and say I'd rather keep stuff that seems more rules of procedure out of the charter because the charter is really hard to amend. So I'm going to support the option that does not include the stuff that's in our rules getting put in the charter. I don't know if anyone else has any comments before we straw poll. Seeing none, our straw poll options are supporting I guess it's the left-hand box, the Charter Review Committee proposal in the charter, supporting the middle box, which would add the council committees to the charter for public comment, but not the parts about where it might be in the meeting, and then opposing the change completely. All those in favor at this point, leaning towards supporting the Charter Review Committee's proposal in the charter, please raise your hand in Zoom. We have Cobb, McLeod, Cano Martin, Gauthier, Walker, Breivik, and Churchill. Thank you. All those that support adding the council committees, but not the rest in the charter, please raise your hand at this time. We have Haneke, and Rooney, Griesemer.
Yes.
And Ryan. Thank you. All those opposed changing the charter completely at this point, so you wouldn't add either of those two. There are none. We are moving on then to district meetings, which is the next one down, Athena, number 10. Changing the number of meetings required in a year to 3, changing the word of residents of the district to residents of the town, and requiring at-large councilors to attend at least 1 meeting in each district every 2 years. Any comments? So my only comment as a counselor at large is that district counselors don't always consult counselors at large before they schedule the district meetings, and therefore many times I can't attend because I have other things going on. So if this changed in the charter, I would hope that district counselors would consult with all 3 at-large counselors to schedule these, because otherwise it may be impossible for at-large counselors to actually make one every 2 years, depending on when the district counselors schedule them. That's my only comment there. Councilor Ryan.
So this seems to be something that we wish or hope for, but there's no way to enforce this, correct? If I don't have any meetings this year, for whatever reason, that's bad on me, but there's no penalty, there's no punishment. The residents, voters may punish me at a future election, but so I'm not quite sure maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it's just, this is here just to make it clear this is what we'd like you to do. But if you don't do it, there's nothing we can do about it.
Anna?
I think I have a similar question to George, and just on a broader level about kind of what happens with violations of the charter. But I think my question about this piece, Mandy, I disagree with what you said. I think that it would be on at-large counselors to hold their own, and their district is the whole town. I think right now in the charter, there's nothing that says that district counselors need to coordinate with each other to hold district meetings. It's really just that district counselors need to hold them, and whether they do it together or separate is up to them. So don't read this as Mandy as at-large counselors need to attend specific ones. It's really they might have to hold their own, or they would have to coordinate. So there could be wordsmithing to make that clearer, if that is the expectation, and maybe we can hear from I guess Andy and Dr. Smith about this. But I'd like to hear more kind of about if the expectation is that they attend. Then I think the expectation should be that folks plan to work with, or are they allowed to hold their own?
Andy?
I think our expectation was, we're saying at-large councilors shall attend at least one such meeting. So that means town councilors from each district convene meetings, and at-large councilors shall attend those meetings. And as far as we got a number of questions about, is there a charter police out there that can make people, do the things that are in the charter? And there isn't. So this is basically setting an expectation. I think we heard from a number of people that district counselors need to have these meetings and at-large counselors don't. So this is a way of them piggyback on them to make sure that they're participating and hearing from the public in that way. Oops, sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Smith?
Sorry. Yeah, I think this is it was meant more as an encouragement of community engagement, more so than anything else. So how you guys decide to schedule things is really up to policy and procedure. This is more just hey, please go ahead and do this. This is why this is in the charter. So.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I was just going to say, if something's in the charter, like counselors are required to have district counselors 2 meetings, I can't imagine not having it. I never even thought about what the consequences would be, but I don't know. If it's in the chart, it seems pretty serious. So I think everybody does do that because, yeah, there's really no option. Anyway, I was just going to say, I think of the charter as being sacred until it's amended.
Thank you. With no more hands raised, we're going to go into lean towards supporting this change or opposing this change. All those that are leaning towards supporting this change in the charter, please raise your hand at this point on the straw poll. We have Haneke, Cano, Martin, Churchill, Walker, Rooney, Devlin Gauthier, Taub, Lord, Griesemer, Breivik, and McLeod. That is 12. That is all that are here. We're going to move on to the 2 readings one, which is on the next page, Athena. This is a clarification of a discussion that how to discuss 2 readings at a council. The red is a leftover from a discussion we had on the work session, showing that was the majority one. We're not getting to that tonight. And there's stuff in the one, but I wanted to show that was proposed by the Charter Review Committee to be deleted here and moved somewhere else so that there wasn't any, but we'd be talking about the green. KP Law suggested changing ordinance to bylaw because we refer to our ordinances as bylaws. And then my actual option with the deletion of the blue is actually, do you need the first sentence if the second sentence is there? Essentially, and I suggest adding proposed bylaw instead of bylaw passed. I don't think it's a big difference, but it was more of prior to final passage. I almost felt it was like duplicative, and that the Charter Review Committee's proposal was better than the language that's in there, so I wasn't sure whether we needed it. That might be a KP Law question, but I just wanted to bring it out as think about, do we need it or not? Councillor Lord.
Sorry, that's leftover.
Thank you, Pam.
Yeah, so I read this as being, we want we want more than one reading, but not limited to 2 readings. Is that actually how this was interpreted? I mean, we could have 3 readings if we wanted, but at least 1, and then on the second reading. It says no bylaw shall be passed finally on the date it's introduced. So, okay, you have to have it more than one, except in emergency. But
I
do we
think
actually?
you're right. I think you're right that it would require at least 2, but that's always, someone can always postpone it to a third, right? You
Right.
know, or the council can, but it would require at least 2, but it doesn't limit it to only 2.
Right.
As the proposed language. Counselor
Because
Martin.
so in the
Oh,
middle
sorry,
box,
Pam.
in the middle box, it says each proposed, this is KP Law's suggestion. I just lost it. Each proposed bylaw should be read at 2 separate council meetings. We just really need it to be more than one. It's at least 2.
Yeah, I think that was mine. If you get rid of the blue in the second option, then it doesn't talk about 2 at all. It just says no proposed bylaw shall be passed finally on the date it is introduced.
Yeah.
Which may be clearer if you get rid of the second sentence. I just wanted us to consider potentially not needing the second sentence then with the language proposed. Counselor Martin.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. So my first question would be if somebody from the Charter Commission can just briefly explain the reasons for recommending this change, and then the reason for why the red on the left column, that little sentence was like blacked out. Maybe you said it already. I'm sorry if I missed it.
So I'll take care of the red. The red relates to the Charter Review Committee's proposal to simplify the voting quantums and move all voting quantums into the same section, which we discussed at the work session last week. But I felt bad in leaving it black here when it was proposed to be moved. So it doesn't relate to the proposal we're discussing. It relates to one we discussed at the work session 2 weeks ago. And anyone, Dr. Smith or Andy?
I think we heard that there was a little bit of confusion about whether a proposed bylaw could be, needed to be, considered at multiple meetings rather than being able to be voted in the first meeting. So this was an attempt just to say, yes, you cannot, unless it's an emergency, you can't pass a bylaw at the same meeting that it's proposed. So I don't know exactly. I suppose the option that's presented where you're crossing out the blue still does that, right?
Yeah. So I'll tell you, I think I'm the one that suggested this to the Charter Review Committee. There was a question what the meaning of read at 2 separate council meetings meant. There are some city councils that take that as voting twice. We've never assumed it meant voting twice. And passing at 2 separate council meetings, and others that we've always done it with talking about it at the first one and voting at the second. And so I think I had asked the Charter Review Committee to clarify which of those interpretations is it. And so they've clarified it with the green language. So we will go to a straw poll, which is lean towards supporting this change in the charter or opposing this change in the charter. We can deal later with whether that second sentence in blue could be deleted or not. Counselor Martin, before we straw poll. Oh, you were getting ready to straw poll. All those in favor and leaning towards supporting this change in the charter, please raise your hands at this time. We've got Haneke, Rooney, Breivik, Churchill, Gauthier, Devlin Gauthier, Cano Martin, Griesemer, Lord, Walker, McLeod, Ryan, Taub, and I think I said Churchill again, but that's 12. That's everyone that's here. Okay. It is 10 o'clock. There are 4 more potential amendments we haven't discussed at all. I would love to get through straw polls, but I understand it is late, and I want to also discuss what the sort of motion that will be presented for discussion next week will sort of look like. So are people okay with continuing on with these 4 or moving right to that and then to reports and everything? Do people want to continue on with the 4 to get through or move on to discussing what it's going to look like? Pam?
As tedious as this is, it feels like we should just get through it.
I'm seeing some other nods. I will move as quick as I can. They get quicker as we go. I put them in more discussion to less. We are at number 5. So if you can page down to the next page.
What happened to number 19?
Oh, sorry, number 9. Sorry, number
Yeah,
9.
yeah.
I was looking at the wrong thing. The council committees, this is a proposal that allows residents on any council committees. There were some, not concerns, but questions as to was this necessary for the charter or could we do it in the rules of procedure only? And it would still, as proposed here, not allow residents to vote on those if they served on those committees. Any thoughts, comments before we move to a straw poll on that one? This is the 26E change. Pam?
It seems like whether somebody has a vote, I mean, a voice or not, probably might be okay in the rules, which means that would change, could change more frequently. I'm definitely, supportive of having resident people, but it seems like it could be in the rules. Just my thoughts.
Sam?
Similar to what Pam said, with the current status, does it not enable the change to occur?
So-
Is it not possible that the item edits in green on the left are already included in the first one?
So the item edits in green would spell it out in the charter. I think my memory of the KP law memo is, or even discussions the council's had in the past, is that we could do this now in our rules of procedure if we chose to, that there's nothing in the charter preventing us from doing so. So putting it in the charter, the only thing, if we put it as the charter review committee recommended in the charter, it would prevent the council from allowing residents to vote on council committees. But it would not, without that language in the charter, the council rules would be able to do it. The other difference is without it in the charter, the president would appoint all members of standing committees and ad hoc committees, meaning the president would be the appointing authority for the residents. If you put it in the charter with council rules address the appointment, then you could have, like our finance committee does now, the council appointing the resident members instead of the president appointing the resident members. So that is another potential difference between keeping in the rules versus keeping in the charter. Did that answer your question, Sam?
I'm sorry to say it doesn't exactly. It might have, but it wasn't clear to me. The town council shall determine its own standing or ad hoc committees, period, can do whatever they want. And the one in edit, town council shall determine, which might include X, Y, and Z, but no vote for the committees. And it seems though, what's added with the edits on the left?
What is added is that the council would be able to appoint those residence members. If the edits are not there, then the president would appoint resident members if the council decided to have a charge with resident members on any committee other than the finance committee. The president would appoint those members because the president appoints members of the standing committees of the council under the charter. So the change in
Overrides
green,
the current status.
so green would override that for resident members of the public. But the green would also override the ability for the council to say those resident members could vote on those committees. Unless you edited the green, that part of the green out.
Yeah.
Andy.
We heard from people that the finance committee does this now and it's been helpful. But this then would require, would add, you know, a capacity issue of appointing members for CRC, TSO, GOL. And so it does, there is potentially a substantial, I mean, but it's an option. So, you know, I think we were responding to the request from from some members of the community to do this. But whether it's in the rules or whether it's you've said that there are some limitations that this brings by saying a voice but no vote. And I admit to some concern about the capacity of the council to do this, and in addition to do this appointment, in addition to all the other things we're doing. So maybe a rules approach might be better.
Lynn.
This is one of those that I'm extraordinarily in favor of. I would not like to see, however, that to have these members be, I would like these members to be appointed by the council, and I would also not, I do not think they should have a vote. I think it works fine just the way the finance committee does. Thank you.
See no other hands, we're going to go to a straw poll. The poll is support this option in the charter, so lean towards supporting the option in the rules of procedure, or oppose the change at all in either location. So raise your hand if you support the option in the charter. We have Rooney, Cano, Martin, Breivik, McLeod, Walker, and Taub. Raise your hand if you're leaning towards supporting it in the rules of procedure. We have McLeod, Churchill, Griesemer, Devlin, Gauthier. Raise your hand if you oppose it. We have Councillor Ryan, and I don't know where I stand on this, so I didn't vote at all at this point. Okay, residents on the Finance Committee, 19, the sole change proposed is may to shall, requiring residents on the Finance Committee instead of allowing them on the Finance Committee. And then there was a potential option suggested by a councillor to get rid of the voice but no vote restriction to allow them potentially to have a vote. Anna.
So I just had a question with this as someone who's on the body making these appointments. Again, this gets back to, you know, Jennifer, I agree with you. We should always follow the charter at all times. That is the baseline. And what happens if GOL is in the process of making this appointment, or we don't have applicants, or, you know, that's not the situation we're currently in, and I hope we're never in it. And I worry about the shall being something that then potentially puts us in violation of the charter if we don't have applicants for a vacancy or something like that. Because while we're not in that position, we are not swimming in applicants for this role. So this is more of a curiosity. I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I worry about the binding nature of the word shall. And then the second question is, if we do away with the who shall have a voice but no vote, my question is then where is that decision made?
That decision would be made in the rules of procedure.
Okay.
Whether they vote or not. Or in the charge itself on designating who the members are. It could be made in the charge itself. Okay. Seeing no other hands, the options that I thought of for leaning on this one on the straw poll were support this change in the charter, the may to shall, support the change potentially in the rules of procedure, although it's sort of there with our charge have them on there. Support potentially removal of the voice but no vote clause, or oppose the change completely. Leaning towards, this is a straw poll only. So those that support the change of may to shall in the charter, please raise your hand at this time. The leaning towards supporting that. We've got Churchill, Cano, Martin, Walker, Taub, and Devlin Gauthier and Rooney. Support it in the, did I miss one? No. Support it in the rules of procedure. Raise your hand at this point. We have Griesemer, McLeod, and Ryan. Support removal of the voice but no vote clause. We have Councillor Cano Martin, and oppose. We have Haneke. Thank you for that one. We're moving on. Two more advisory bodies. Multi-member bodies. This is adding a phrase of not what is not included in multiple member bodies, and KP Law suggested adding the word sole after town managers to clarify what that meant of authority. Any comments, questions before we move to a straw poll on this one? Seeing none, all those options are lean towards supporting this change or opposing this change. All those in leaning towards supporting the change, please raise your hand. We've got Haneke, Ryan, Churchill, Griesemer, McLeod, Breivik, Rooney, Gauthier, Walker, and Cano Martin. That is 11. All those leaning towards opposing it, please raise your hand. No hands raised. Hiring waiting period. It is a proposal to delete the section in red 6.2b. If that goes through, we have to amend and re-letter section 6.2c. Any comments, questions before we move to a straw poll on this one? Seeing none, all those that support the Charter Review Committee's proposal, please raise your hand in the application at this time if you're leaning towards that support. We've got 12 hands raised. With all 12 raised, that is everyone that is currently attending the meeting. With that, I'm going to take about 2 minutes. So the plan at this point is a conversation at the March 9th meeting on one big motion that would address, and I'm using Councillor Breivik's term, air traffic every single proposal into different sections and locations for finalization, so and looking at that motion at the March 9th meeting and then voting on that motion at the March 23rd meeting. So based on these straw polls, myself and Councillor Walker and Andy, who's been sitting in on agenda setting, are going to try and come up with this motion, and it's going to have options, and we're going to try and feed every one of these 22 proposals into the options. I can't tell you exactly how it's going to look right now, but one, options that are, if they seem to be supported, support amending the charter as proposed, that would be one option. And we have to decide whether that's through 43B or through the special act process. So one thing I kind of want us to talk about, if we have time, we'll talk probably next meeting, because I don't think we have time tonight, which process, and are we using different processes for different ones. But there will be amend the charter through the special act provision, and these go there based on the proposal. Amend through 43B, and these proposals go there. We might not have the language for it. So something like some might be sent to GOL for amending the rules of procedure. Some might be not acting at all. We're not going to do anything with this proposal that was made. We're turning it down, sort of thing. We haven't come up with all the likely options. Some of them won't have a spot initially because we have to decide where it is, because the straw poll is not conclusive because everyone's still thinking. But that's what it's going to be. It's going to have a bunch of options, and we're going to have to, and we'll talk about it at the 9th to try and make sure everything's in the right spot. So hopefully on the 23rd, everything is. The language for some of the motions say there were some motions proposals that we talked about, particularly the one that's easiest to point to was a proposal about the communication section, adding to a town manager communication item in his section Article 3, but the council wasn't sure what the language should look like. And so that one might, for example, show up in a refer to GOL to come up with language to amend the charter. And then GOL would come back to amend the charter at a later time, but that would be the action. So we'll be looking at these straw polls and trying to figure out where they best might go. Does anyone have questions about that right now before we move on to the rest of our agenda? Since I know it's late. Councillor Cano Martin.
Yes, so my question is just, when you say it's all gonna be within one motion, so your goal would be to have a draft of that, which we then work on amending together at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so but we won't be taking each recommendation one by one.
No, the plan is to take one motion that disposes of all or air traffics all 22 at a time, so it is clear that the council has acted on all 22. There could be motions to amend in the middle of that to move something from one
Okay.
section of that motion to another section of the motion, but that would be the discussion on the 9th to try and make sure we're getting them in the right spot, but there could still potentially be motions to move them from one to the other on the 23rd.
Okay.
Pam.
So that would be the, so you're not thinking that you would say the following 5 are items that we would pursue with 43B. The other 10 are items that we would pursue with a special act. Or the following 3 are the ones that we would ask a committee to review. And
Yes,
do
that's
each
what the
by
motion will
each
look like.
group.
That would be what the motion looks like by proposal. This proposal, so take, for example, we just straw polled the hiring waiting period, deleting that language in section 6.2. That one will likely in the motion, draft motion, show up as send to KP Law for language to include in a special act, say, or for language to include in an amendment under chapter 43B. Because we have to pick which.
So you don't think that we would get into 10 hours of editing and each and every single one of these?
Not on the
Just trying to
23rd
keep
or
them-
the 9th. Yeah.
Okay.
And so there might be a motion, like there was a lot of discussion about the communications one. That motion might be sent to GOL to come up with language for that one based on discussions for proposing an amendment to the charter. Or there was a lot of discussion on and not on the budget forums and the budget proposals at the work session that we didn't really get a clear response to, a clear understanding of where we might want to go with that one. That one might be, I'm not sure what it will look like because I really don't know what that one look like. But yeah, we're not going to be passing the language for the charter amendment on the 23rd. We're going to be sending it to, if we want the charter amendment, we'll be asking KP Law to create the motions for the actual amending of the charter on the 23rd.
Okay.
This is the plan. Hopefully people are okay with that plan, but that's the plan right now. That's why I'm previewing it now. Sam. You're muted.
Your plan is such that individual items would not be discussed. They would either go into one of 3 buckets in part of a major all-inclusive big beautiful package, whatever we call it, but that they wouldn't be individual motions to be voted upon. Is that correct?
It would be one big motion. There could be amendments to move things between buckets. I still don't know because I haven't played with this potential motion on what language might be included in it in terms of, take the waiting period. Would we actually say per the charter review committee or language, or would we say on one of them with KP Law's amendment of the addition of sole regarding the multi-member body one? I haven't played with exactly what the motion will look like and how we'll incorporate some of this discussion into it, besides where the buckets go. So I can't answer that question fully yet.
Thank you. I understand the efficiency of it. I have some concerns about potential discussions being lost in the sausage making because changes to charter are significant, and I think the amount of deliberations from the committee and community charter commission and community were significant enough that I think they warrant individual votes. That's my opinion.
So when it comes back for, if there are votes to change the charter or send the language to KP Law to produce language for changing the charter, then the council would decide whether they vote those individually or not, or whether they vote, say, if it's a 43B, a special act, are we asking for 6 special acts or 1 special act that has 6 things in it? That would come later. I'll have
Greatly
a better
appreciate your thought.
explanation and all on the 9th when we have a motion drafted.
I greatly appreciate your thought wrestling with the massive variables. I just have a bias towards discussing each one. That's one of 13 opinions.
Understood. We'll see how it works. Anything else on this item? I know we're way over time. We are moving to committee and liaison reports. I'm asking for less than 30 seconds on each one and just say no if there isn't any. Budget coordinating group, I believe we're trying to meet this coming Thursday at 11, but Paul, do you have any information on that? You're muted, Paul.
Yes, we're shooting for 11:30 to
Okay.
1.
Thank you. Community Resources Committee, Pam.
Thank you. So the CRC is working hard on the solar/clean energy bylaw, and we are looking forward to wrapping up as quickly as we can the accommodation of or acknowledgement of staff comments that came from multiple departments, which was a really terrific effort on their part. And as we wrap that up, it will be sent over to the planning board for familiarizing themselves with it before this council actually refers a bylaw for public hearing.
Thank you. DPW Building Committee, Pam.
The meeting this week is canceled and it will be held on the 4th of March instead.
Thank you. Elementary School Building Committee, Counselor Walker. Is Counselor Walker here?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I don't think there are any updates since Kathy updated at our last meeting. We have not yet met again, so no new updates at this time.
Thank you. Finance Committee, Lynn.
We're meeting tomorrow.
Thanks. GOL, Anna.
We are also meeting tomorrow. GOL will be continued work on the bylaw review committee charge, as well as starting work on the Human Rights Commission bylaw. And then just for folks to know, on the 10th of March, we will be conducting our interviews for the resident member of finance. So if you want to tune in, it's sure to be a great time. We meet at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you. JCPC, Andy.
We have started getting reports or requests from the various departments. Kathy is the chair, but she's in Switzerland, so we're navigating that. I will be chairing the next meeting, but we anticipate being through the process by the end of March.
Thank you. Children's Library Building Committee, Counselor Ryan.
Very important benchmark is being reached this week. The topping off ceremony is this Friday at 2:30 p.m. behind the Strong House. You also have an opportunity to sign the beam that will be hoisted into place Wednesday, Thursday, and I think also a little bit on Friday. That will be in the Amity Street parking lot opposite the Jones. Despite the bitter cold and the storms, the project is proceeding apace, and remains on schedule for a spring 27 date deadline.
Thank you. Town Service and Outreach Committee, Councilor Ryan.
You not only have one, but two reports. It's all in the report.
Thank you. Moving on to the town manager report.
So you have an extensive written report that I encourage you to read. I want to draw your attention to an update on the development in North Amherst that we want to give you more detail about, so you're up to date on what's happening with that. And other than that, our crews have done a tremendous job removing snow, and they've been working. I think they've gone home now, but they started at 2 a.m. yesterday, and they've been working through the night. So just credit to our DPW crews for doing a tremendous job.
Thank you. Town Council comment section. The president's report is in the packet. If you have questions, ask me. Future agenda items. The current list for March 9th is public forum on the financial orders, a couple of proclamations, potential intermunicipal agreement for the middle school auditorium roof. Paul has indicated that no matter what, it might require one, even if it's intended as a gift without any conditions. I don't know. We'll be investigating that. The financial orders as a possibility for adoption, referral of the CPA project recommendations to Finance Committee, potentially the Bylaw Review Committee charge, first read of the motion on the Charter Review Committee recommendations, University Drive easement, and some public way requests related to some proclamations that have been referred to GOL. And if I think there are time, the beyond the charter recommendations, maybe. We'll see what kind of time there is. Are there any requests for other future agenda items? Councillor Cano Martin.
Yes, so at our last council meeting, we had somebody from the DPW union, Andrew Brace, who's also a resident of Amherst, actually, give a public comment about some of the conditions that are being faced by the DPW. And some of the things that he raised were quite concerning, and I can just name a few of them. The fact that there's extremely high turnover due to poor pay and working conditions, and that turnover is leading to people who are working in jobs that they might not have the training for, that they might not even have the license for. So there's a really condition of like low morale, understaffing, and things, frankly, that, you know, could be a liability to the town, right? Health and safety issues, worker injury, you know, given the conditions of the DPW building itself, right? Some of that is, you know, health and safety issues and violations. And then there's also the health and safety of the community. So just to give you an example, if the department that is managing our drinking water is understaffed or being staffed by folks who haven't had the adequate training, there could be a public health threat to our drinking water. So I do consider the matter urgent, and I did speak with some other counselors about it. So I spoke to specifically Councillor Brevitt, Councillor Walker, Jennifer Taub, and Councillor Ryan. And so we were hoping that we could schedule a special meeting next week to give voice to some of these DPW folks so that we can better understand what the conditions are, what the asks are, and what some action steps might be. I just feel that as elected officials that we do have a responsibility to be taking a look at this, and what can be done in like a 3-minute public comment is very little. And given our already very overburdened agendas, I would hate to ask to put it on a regular meeting agenda. So we would like to have a special meeting. I think the potential date was next Monday, the 2nd, since there isn't a council meeting. And so I just wanted to raise that here.
Thank you. I heard about this ahead of time, and I've talked to Councillor Cano Martin and invited her to agenda setting tomorrow to discuss this a little bit more. I am curious if the councillors can attend a meeting on March 2nd at 6:30, if we would have a quorum if we did call a meeting on that day. If you cannot attend a meeting on that day, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. Councillor Cano Martin, your hand is raised, but we discussed it, so I think yours might be a legacy raise. So I just want to make sure. Jennifer Taub and Pam Rooney have their hand raised, so it looks like they might not be able to, but Jennifer I know you were one that had wanted this, so Jennifer?
Yes,
thoughts?
so I would, I think this, if we can't have it on a council agenda, that it would merit a special meeting. I just think when that, it's not the first time this individual's come, to a council meeting to raise concerns, and I think that as counselors, we owe it to the union and the DPW, not just to hear their public comments, but to be able to respond and have a conversation. I could make a meeting a week from Thursday. I have to look at my calendar. I just made a commitment on March 2nd, knowing that there wasn't a council meeting. So I understand if there is a special meeting, it would have to happen without me, but there are other dates I could make next week, just not Monday or Tuesday.
Thank you. Sam McLeod.
I'm uncertain of my schedule for next, the 2nd.
Thanks. Counselor Kendall Martin.
I just wanted to say that Thursday, the 5th would be okay. I think Lynn and I would have to move our district meeting, but I don't know that we've advertised it yet. So that might be a possibility.
I might pull the council to see if there's a day that can get more people. It would need posted by Thursday if it was on this coming Monday's night. So I'll send that pull out tonight with those 2 dates. Lynn.
I think it's a very worthy thing to have an opportunity to talk to our staff, but I also want to make sure that we realize we do not negotiate our contracts. And if we are going to do this for one group, then we need to be prepared to do it for every group that asks. And that sets up a precedent that I just think people need to understand what they're committing to with their calendar. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other potential future agenda items? Seeing none, any counselor comments? Any topics not reasonably anticipated? I don't have any at this time. Seeing none, I'll make the motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
And we will vote. We are down to Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane is absent. Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Breivik.
Yes.
Counselor Kendall Martin.
Yes.
Andy Churchill.
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer.
Aye.
Mandy Johanneke is an aye. Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Sam McLeod.
Aye.
PM. I really am. Have a good evening.
Thank you.